Meeting will come to order. We will now begin with the call of the roll. Abdullah. Ahmed.
Here.
Al-Shabi.
Here.
Aurora.
Here.
Bulka.
Here.
Chung.
Here.
Abadi.
Here.
Boo.
Here.
Queen. Ismail. Kara.
Here.
Kazmi. Loganova.
Here.
Lutchman.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
Oh, actually, no.
McLean. Mir. Mohammed. Mohamud.
Good. What you get?
Nishaharan.
Here.
Olukasusi. Patel.
Here.
Ram.
Here.
Salim.
Here.
Scott.
Here.
Sharma.
Here.
Tejeda.
Here.
Tremblay.
Here.
Vimuri.
Here.
Wang. Ying.
Here.
Zhang. Okay, well, to territory recognition, the SRA would like to recognize today that we are situated on traditional Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe territories through the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Treaty. I will now move to adoption of the agenda. I'll require a mover and a seconder. Scott. Chung, would the mover please speak to the adoption?
Let's get started.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak on the adoption of the agenda? Mahmood?
I'd like to make an amendment to the agenda, if it's friendly with the mover and seconder. I'd just like to move the hiring committee, AVPUA hiring committee motion to the first special order.
That'll be, you mean prior to special orders?
Or, yes,
So that'll be business items 1 and 2?
yes.
There's a motion to amend the agenda to move business items 1 and 2 to be prior to special orders of the day. I'll require a seconder. Sharma? Mover, would you like to continue to speak to it, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to move that motion first. I do have to leave a little bit early, and I wanted to be able to speak to why we're opening those seats, so if that's okay with everyone, then.
Seconder, anything to add? Would anyone else like to speak to the proposed amendment on the floor? It is moved by Mahmood, seconded by Sharma, that the Assembly move business items 1 and 2 to be prior to special orders of the day. All those in favor of the amendment? Unanimous, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the adoption of the agenda as it's been amended? Seeing as there are none, it is moved by Scott, seconded by Chung, that the Assembly adopt the agenda as amended. All those in favor? Unanimous, thank you. We'll now move to the adoption of SRA minutes 25Q and 26A and 26B. I'll need a mover or seconder. Mahmood? Abadi, would the mover please speak to it?
Minutes look good. Let's adopt them.
Seconder?
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak on the approval of the minutes? Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Abadi, that the Assembly adopts the SRA minutes 25Q, 26A, and 26B. All those in favor? Unanimous? We're moving right along here, people. Announcements from the chair. My announcements are that anyone here observing today, please sign the attendance sheet. Retreat planning's underway. That's it. Moving on. We will now move to our first business item. This is the opening of nominations for one SRA seat on the Associate Vice President University Affairs Hiring Committee. One second. I'll need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Bulka. Would the mover please speak to the motion?
Yeah, so you might have seen this on the agenda already, but our current AVP University Affairs, Rashawn, has accepted an offer to go to med school here at MAC. Very happy for him, but unfortunately we'll need to hire a new AVP UA. So I'm opening a seat on the committee for one SRA member.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add, sorry.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion on the floor? Okay. It is moved by Mahmood, seconded by Bulka, that the Assembly open nominations for one SRA seat on the Associate Vice President, University Affairs Hiring Committee. All those in favor? Unanimous. We're doing great, guys. Business item number 2. This is the closure of nominations for one SRA seat on the Associate Vice President Hiring Committee. All require a mover and a seconder. Mahmood, Salim, mover, please speak to it.
Same idea as before, closing the seat so we can get someone on this hiring committee.
Seconder, anything to add?
No.
Would anyone else like to speak to the closure of nominations? Okay, I will now accept nominations for the single seat on the University Affairs Hiring Committee. Scott. Any other nominations? Going once, going twice. Okay. We have one nomination for Scott. We are now going to proceed to a vote. All those in, this is the closure of nominations for one SRA seat on the Associate Vice President University Affairs Hiring Committee. All those in favor of closure? Unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations, Scott, on your appointment. Acclamation to the Hiring Committee. Fabulous. Moving on. So that is business items 1 and 2. We are now going to move into special orders of the day. This is the recess into meetings of MSU and CFMU Incorporated. So I'll require a mover and a seconder to move into that. Body. Tremblay. Mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the president speak.
Seconder, anything to add?
Me too.
Would anyone else like to speak on the motion on the floor? Moved by Body, seconded by Tremblay, that the Assembly recess into meetings of the corporate members of MSU and CFMU Incorporated. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. I will now relinquish the chair.
I'm gonna call the roll again.
So, Abdullah? Ahmed? Here. Al-Shabi?
Here.
Aurora?
Here.
Volga?
Here.
Chung?
Here.
Abadi?
Here.
Who? Here. Han? Ismail? Bora? Here. Cosme?
Here.
Loganova?
Here.
Lutchman?
Here.
Mahmood?
Here.
Mahmood?
Here.
McLean? Mayor? Mohammed? Mahamood? Nishaharan?
Here.
Olakatusi. Patel.
Here.
Ram.
Here.
Scott.
Here.
Sharma.
Here.
Tejeda.
Here.
Tremblay.
Here.
Gamori.
Here.
Wang. Yang.
Here.
Thanks. Okay, so first item on the agenda is to confirm the election of the 4 directors of the corporation for 2026 to 2027. Can I please have a mover? Okay, Mahmood, seconder, Al-Shabi. May the mover please speak to it.
I would like to be approved.
Seconder, anything to add? Anyone else on the floor? Okay, great. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Al-Shabi, that the corporate members of the corporation confirm the election of Miriam Salim, Arya Ibadi, Will Tremblay, and Aisha Mahmood as directors of the corporation from 2026 to 2027. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimous. Congratulations to me and everyone else. Second item on the agenda, to confirm the election of the officers of the corporation for 2026, 2027. So that is the president, the vice president admin, the vice president finance, and the vice president education. Can I please get a mover for that? Tremblay, seconder. Scott, mover, please speak to it.
Let's get approved.
Perfect. Seconder, anything
Nothing
to
to
add?
add.
Anyone else on the floor would like to speak to it? Okay, moved by Tremblay, seconded by Scott, that the corporate members of the corporation confirm the election of officers as follows for 2026, 2027. Miriam Salim as president, Arya Ibadi as vice president administration, Will Tremblay as vice president finance, and Aisha Mahmood as vice president education. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Good for me again. Now, third item on the agenda, to appoint the secretary for the corporation for 2026, 2027. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Okay. Mahmood, seconder, Al-Shabi. Mover, please speak to it.
Let's approve a secretary.
Second, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Anyone else on the floor would like to speak to it? Okay, great. So, moved by Mahmood, seconded by Al-Shabi, that the corporate members of the corporation appoint Daniela, what is Daniela's last name? Daniela Stager as the secretary to the corporation for 2026, 2027. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay, next item of business, to appoint the auditors for the corporation for 2026, 2027. Can I please get a mover? Okay, Al-Shabi, a seconder. Ahmed? Mover, please speak to it.
Let's get on with electing the auditors.
Second, or anything to add? Anyone else on the floor like to speak to the motion? Okay. Moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Ahmed, that the corporate members of the corporation approve the appointment of KPMG LLP as the corporation's auditors for 2026, 2027. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay. Next item of business, to delegate setting of remuneration of auditors. Can I please get a mover? Okay, seconder. Okay, mover, please speak to it.
Let's
Yeah.
approve the remuneration.
Anything to add? Seconder. Okay, perfect. Anyone else have anything to say about the motion? Okay. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Tremblay, that the corporate members of the corporation delegate the setting of remuneration of the auditors to the board of directors. All of those in favor? Passes unanimously. Now, next item of business, to ratify the results of the AvTech capital allocation request pass around motion. Can I get a mover and, do I read the motion? This one? Okay, so the pass around motion is moved by Pilkey, seconded by Plavins, that the corporate members of MSU Incorporated approve the allocation of $24,000 plus HST for outdoor rated strobe lights for AvTech as circulated and attached. And then the overall vote on the motion was 29 in favor, 5 abstain, 0 opposed. Can I get a mover for this? Okay, a seconder? Okay. Mover, please speak to it.
Looks like the results of the pass-around motion are in favor, so let's approve it.
Okay, second, or anything to add?
No.
Anyone else on the floor like to speak to this? Okay, moved by Mahmood, seconded by Tremblay, that the corporate members of the corporation ratify the aforementioned pass-around motion. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? Any abstentions wishing to be noted by the minute? Okay, motion. Motion passed. Next. Now, to ratify the results of the AvTech capital expenditure request pass around motion. Can I get a mover to ratify the results that we just talked about? Okay, seconder? Okay, mover, anything to say, speak to it?
Looks good to me.
Okay, seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Moved by Tremblay, seconded by Ramp, that the corporate members of the corporation ratify the aforementioned pass-around motion. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Okay. Next, to approve the allocation of $25,000 for multiple lighting fixtures and road cases for AvTech. Can I please get a mover? Oh, it already has a mover. Can I please get a seconder? It's moved by Tremblay. Okay, seconded by Volka. Okay, mover, would you like to speak to it?
Yes. So this is the second half of that CapEx that Matt talked to you about in the pass-around motion. It's just the fixtures for the lights themselves. The reason he had the pass-around motion for the lights was because at the time there was a very steep discount on them that he couldn't have gotten later. So this is the other half of the lights, basically. You can read more about that in my memo.
Seconder?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Anyone else on the floor have anything to add about the motion? Okay. Moved by Tremblay, seconded by Volka, that the corporate members of MSU Incorporated approve the allocation of $25,000 for multiple lighting fixtures and road cases for AvTech. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, and any abstentions wanting to be noted by the minutes? Okay. Motion passed. Next. Next item of business, to approve the expenditure of $25,000 for multiple lighting fixtures and road cases for AvTech. This is moved by Tremblay. It will require a seconder. Okay, Mahmood. Mover, would you like to speak to it?
So you approved it, now you need to approve spending it.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Anyone on the floor like to speak to the motion? Okay. Moved by Tremblay, seconded by Mahmood, that the corporate members of MSU Incorporated approve the expenditure of $25,000 for multiple lighting fixtures and road cases for AvTech. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Number 10. We're almost there. To approve, next item of business, to approve the reallocation of $33,335 from the ICT operating budget to the club's operating budget. This is also moved by Tremblay. I'll require a seconder. Abadi? Mover, please speak to it.
So, as I'm sure you all know, Rubric is the new software for our club system. It's put under the IT department right now, and the IT department doesn't make any external revenue. So all the tax we pay on it is just gone. But if we were to move it to the club system, which it also makes sense to be under there because it's software meant for clubs, the clubs department does make some external revenue via rentals and such. So we can actually claim back some of that tax. So all this reallocation does in practice is save us $2,500.
Seconder.
Nothing to add.
Okay. Anyone else on the floor like to speak to the motion? Okay. Moved by Tremblay, seconded by Abadi, that the corporate members of MSU Incorporated approve the reallocation of $33,335 from the ICT operating budget to the club's operating budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is to approve the minutes from corporate meeting 26B on April 12th, 2026. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Okay, moved by Mahmood, seconded by El-Shabi. Mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, let's approve the minutes.
Second or anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Anyone else on the floor like to speak to it? Okay. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by El-Shabi, that the corporate members of MSU Incorporated approve the minutes from corporate meeting 26B, April 12th, 2026, as circulated. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Okay. Motion to adjourn. Can I please get a mover? Okay, Ram, seconder, Abadi. Do they have to speak to it? Mover, please speak to it. Oh, no, don't speak to it. Moved by Ram, seconded by Abadi, that the meeting of the corporate members of MSU Incorporated be adjourned. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. I relinquish the chair. No, I do not. I take it back. Oh, yes. Okay, wait. Okay, well. Okay. Okay. I understand. Okay. Now we are moving into CFMU Radio Incorporated. I'm doing a call of the roll again. Abdullah. Ahmed. Here. Al-Shabi.
Here.
Aurora.
Here.
Volka.
Here.
Sean.
Here.
Abadi.
Here.
Who?
Here.
Hunt. Ismail. Cora.
Here.
Cosme.
Here.
Loganova.
Here.
Lutchman.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
McLean. Amir. Mohammed. Mohammed. Nishihara.
Here.
Olakususi. Patel. Graham.
Here.
Celine. Scott.
Here.
Sharma.
Here.
Tejeda.
Here.
Tremblay.
Here.
Muri.
Here.
Wang. Ying.
Here.
Zhang. Okay, let's get moving. So, first item of business, to confirm the election of the officers of the corporation for 2026, 2027, that includes the president, the vice president, administration, and the secretary treasurer, Will Tremblay. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Mahmood. Mover, please speak to it.
The voters spoke. Congratulations, guys.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Anyone else on the floor? Okay, moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Mahmood, that the corporate members of CFMU Incorporated confirm the election of officers as follows for 2026, 2027. Mariam Salim as the president, Arya Abadi as vice president administration, and Will Tremblay as secretary treasurer. All those in favor? Passes unanimously? No.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Yes, passes unanimously. Second item of business, to confirm the election of the 3 directors of the corporation for 2026, 2027. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Chung. Mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, let's approve the directors.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Okay, anyone else on the floor like to speak to the motion? Okay. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Chung, that the corporate members of CFMU Incorporated confirm the election of Mariam Salim, Arya Abadi, and Will Tremblay as directors of the corporation for 2026, 2027. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Next item of business, to appoint the corporate secretary for 2026, 2027. Can I please get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Ahmed. Mover, please speak to it.
Let's finalize this.
Seconder, anything to add? Anyone else on the floor like to speak to it? Okay. Moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Ahmed, that the corporate members of the corporation appoint Daniela Stager as the secretary to the corporation for 2026, 2027. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Item number 4, to appoint the auditors for the corporation for 2026 to 2027. Can I please get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Scott. Mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, let's approve the auditors.
Seconder.
Nothing
anything
to add.
Anyone else want to talk about it? Okay. Moved by Mahmood, seconded by Scott, that the corporate members of CFMU Incorporated approve the appointment of KPMG LLP as the corporation's auditors for 2026, 2027. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Item number 5, to delegate setting of remuneration of the auditors. Can I please get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Scott, seconded by Ibadi. Mover, please speak to it.
The board of directors can pay them.
Seconder, anything to add?
Yeah, we should pay the auditors.
Anyone else? I guess not. Moved by Scott, seconded by Ibadi, that the corporate members of the corporation delegate the setting of remuneration of the auditors to the board of directors. All those in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Next, to approve the minutes from corporate meeting 26B, April 12th, 2026. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Chong, seconded by Ibadi. Mover, please speak to it.
Let's approve it.
Seconder, anything to add?
Yeah, the minutes look good.
Anyone else on the floor like to speak to it? Okay, moved by Chong, seconded by Abadi, that the corporate members of CFMU Incorporated approve the minutes from corporate meeting 26B from April 12th, 2026 as circulated. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Now, motion to adjourn. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Okay, moved by Scott, seconded by Rand. Moved by Scott, seconded by Rand, that the meeting of the corporate members of CFMU Incorporated be adjourned. All in favor? Passes unanimously. I relinquish the chair.
The rest.
Okay, we are returning back to the regular SRA meeting. I'm going to take a call to roll. Okay. What am I doing here? Abdallah. Ahmed.
Here.
Al-Shabi.
Here.
Aurora.
Here.
Apolka.
Here.
Chang. Abadi.
Here.
Who?
Here.
Queen. Ismail. Kara.
Here.
Kazmi.
Here.
Loganova.
Here.
Lachman.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
McLean. Mir. Mohammed. Mohamud. Nishaharan.
Here.
Olakasusi. Patel. Ram.
Here.
Salim.
Here.
Scott.
Here.
Sharma.
Here.
Tejeda.
Here.
Tremblay.
Here.
Bemiri.
Here.
Wang. Ying.
Here.
Zhang. Fabulous. Okay, we are going to be going back to regular scheduled programming. Okay. This second order of business under special orders is the closure of nominations for SRA members to standing committees. I'll require a mover and seconder. Salim, Tejeda, mover, please speak to it.
Let's close it.
Seconder,
Nothing to add.
would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Okay, I will now go through all of our nominations one by one. When my document loads. Okay. Let's make sure I'm doing. Great. So-
Point of information,
Yes.
could you nominate yourself for more committees during this period? Like,
Yes, I will read the nominations for each committee, and after reading out the current nominees, I will ask for further nominations from anyone on the floor. So, yes. For the standing committees, we'll begin with Finance. This has 4 seats. I've received nominations from Ram, Kazmi, Mohamud, and Wang. Are there any further nominations for the Finance Committee? Next, Internal Governance Committee. This also has 4 seats. I have received nominations from Hu, Ram, Ismail, McLean, Zhang, Aurora, and Wang. Are there any other nominations for the Internal Governance Committee? Loganova. Any other nominations? Okay, moving along. Municipal Affairs, this has 4 seats. I've received nominations from Hu, Murray, Tejeda, Ying, Mohammed, Al-Shabi, and Mahmood. Are there any other nominations for the Municipal Affairs Committee? Moving on. Provincial and Federal Affairs. This also has 4 seats. I've received nominations from Hu, Scott, Ismail, Aurora, Mohammed. Are there any other nominations for PFA? Ahmed.
Point of information. What was this one for? Standing committee?
PFA.
Sorry?
Provincial and Federal Affairs.
Thank you.
Sarah Ahmed. Loganova. Any other nominations for PFA?
I have a point of information.
Yes.
How do I take back my nomination?
You'll withdraw?
Yeah.
So you'll just indicate that when we read out the nominees, you can
Okay.
withdraw. Do you withdraw?
Not from this one.
Okay. Services, this also oh, sorry.
A point of information.
Yes.
Can we be in more than one committee? And if so, like, how do we know which we're more obliged to?
So members have to satisfy a requirement of sitting on at least one committee. You're welcome to sit on as many as you'd like. The standing committees are intensive in terms of their work, and they meet on a regular basis, as do other committees. I do not know the schedule that is laid out for the committees. The associate vice presidents who are responsible for these committees will lead that out, as well as for the other committees. The chairs of those committees will dictate. So, yeah.
So could you, like, would it be flexible between committees, or let's say you want to change the committee you're in? across the
Sorry.
year? Like, let's say throughout the year you decide to get more involved with another committee than the one you formally enrolled in, would you be able to?
Sorry, I'm just not understanding the question. Are you asking, like, if you can resign from a committee? Like, if you're not interested in the committee anymore, if you'd like to resign from it?
Yeah, for example, to go to another one?
You can resign from a committee, but once committee seats have been filled, the openings are as per resignations or failing to meet attendance requirements as outlined in bylaw. So if you were wanting to resign from a committee, you're only able to join another committee if there is an open seat on that committee. Someone would need to resign or, again, relinquish their seat on that committee if they don't meet attendance requirements. So it would be advisable, in my view, for you to just join the committees that you want to join now, because you don't know if if there's a seat's gonna open up. Any other points, Ahmed?
So for like the SRA members have to be on at least one committee. Is that only standing committees or
No, that's
also other committees?
any committee that's listed. You just have to sit on one minimum. Are there any other points of information before I proceed to the next committee? Services has 4 seats. I've received nominations from Hu, Bamuri, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, and Mahmood. Are there any withdrawals or any interested nominees? Ahmed? Sharma? Nishaharan? Any other nominations or withdrawals? Moving on. University Affairs also has 4 seats. I've received nominations from Ismail, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, and Mahmood. Are there any other nominations? Al-Shabi. Ahmed. Loganova. Nishaharan. Any other nominations or withdrawals for services? University Affairs? Okay. And that is all for these standing committees. So I will read the nominees out one last time. For Finance, 4 seats, Ram, Kazmi, Mohamud, Wang. Internal Governance, Hu, Ram, Ismail, McLean, Zhang, Aurora, Wang, Loganova. Municipal Affairs, Hu, Bamuri, Tajeda, Ying, Mohammed, Al-Shabi, Mahmoud.
I'd like to withdraw.
You're withdrawing from Municipal Affairs?
Yes.
Provincial and Federal Affairs, 4 seats, Hu, Scott, Ismail, Aurora, Mohammed, Ahmed, and Loganova. Services, Hu, Bamuri, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, Mahmood, Ahmed, Sharma, Nishaharan. University Affairs, 4 seats, Hu, Ismail, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, Mahmood, Al-Shabi, Ahmed, Loganova, and Nishaharan. Okay, we will now proceed to a vote. Moved by Salim, seconded by Tajeda, that the Assembly close nominations for SRA members to standing committees as listed. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. We will congratulate, who are we congratulating? We are congratulating Ram, Kazmi, Mohamud, and Wang on their acclamation to the Finance Committee. Congratulations. I will now invite parameters to be set for elections for all other standing committees. Bye.
1 minute opening, 2 minute pooled questioning, 1 minute closing. These are pretty standard.
1 minute opening, 2 minute pooled, and 1 minute closing. I'll require a seconder for the parameters. Tremblay, mover, please speak to the proposed parameters.
Yeah, these are pretty standard parameters that we've used in previous elections.
Seconder, anything to add?
He knows his stuff.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to the proposed parameters for the election? Seeing as there are none, it is moved by a body, seconded by Tremblay, that the Assembly impose parameters for elections to be 1 minute for opening statements, 2 minutes for pooled questioning, and 1 minute for closing statements. All those in favor of the proposed parameters for the elections? Unanimous. Okay. We are going to be conducting these elections in sequential order as listed in alpha. So we will begin with the internal governance election. I will invite all nominees to bring a chair and sit up at the front, and we will begin. You bring one of the back chairs. Just take them from there. Yeah. Oh, you can go from there.
I don't think it'll go that late. It'll be okay. Of course.
They told me to sit. Right. No, I was gonna go light push.
Next time, I'll be here.
Look, you're sitting closer to
The action. Or in the people.
yeah.
Seeger was constituents. I went for other committees.
Hello, people watching the live stream. It's me. Guess who?
Which I feel like.
Oh yeah, he went for
Oh, so there are actually 8 of them.
It's if you look on
No,
the
Aditya.
thing.
Or did he not? No, I
under
lied.
standing
I lied, he's
committees,
going in the washroom.
and then it has
You think the live stream heard me say that? Aditya is going to the washroom.
It's like they were just like labor organizers.
Do you know that Aditya is going to the bathroom?
That's cool. I'm speaking to you live stream, so you know.
Which is good, like, we went through the agenda. Am I doing? I was on the election.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm streaming it.
Sometimes it shows that.
If Aisha's not here, she had to step in. This is still here.
Yes. Everyone in the.
Didn't show up.
I enjoy the elections.
And this is where their statements are, because they're not going to, Owen's not going to read it, and they should technically be meeting. It just happens.
That one's.
Baldwin Felt's detective agency, is that Pinkertons? That sounds like Pinkertons. Private detective agency in the 1800s, those are Pinkertons, those are bounty hunters. Those are like mercenaries. It's Don Shea. That guy's name was Don Shea. That's crazy. Bill Blizzard and Mother Jones. Okay, you just name people anything back then, I guess. Mother Jones? Anxiety drives performance. That's good. Yeah, the Baldwin Fells agents were union busters. You know Nintendo said
Right there, and so.
I really hope the mics are not. It doesn't matter.
It's not like the training was, yeah, it's not.
I lied, I didn't pay, I just went to fill up my water. Just to be able to then be like,
I understand.
He was engaged. Watch out. Wait, I'm just gonna give you the phone too. Yeah. We're gonna go head to head. That sounds good. Where's your bro? Bro. The Pinkertons are the bad guys. You actually would.
Do it on your
Agent Ross. Agent Nick. Oh, and when you're setting it up, I don't know the other guys. I don't got you. You get $50.
Okay, we are going to proceed with, we'll begin with the opening statements. We're going to go in alpha order, as always. So we will begin with Aurora's 1-minute opening statement. You can begin whenever you're ready.
All right, everyone, my name is Chris Aurora, and I want to join the Internal Governance Committee because I was part of it last year, and I had a bit of fun. Like, it's fun to, like, working, so it's a policy that I got I'd like to enjoy this community and I really enjoy the process, and I'd like to have adequate knowledge and consultations or reviews and how to actually change policies or bylaws that we're reviewing. And that's why I'm running again, because I had fun last year. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Who?
Hi, everyone. So when I walked into this room today, I did not know what the Internal Governance Committee did. But after hearing some more about it recently, I think it might be like a good thing for me to try, Have I ever written bylaws or reviewed them? No. But I think it's a good learning experience, and it's always good to put yourself out there, out of your comfort zone, and yeah, very willing to learn, so.
Thank you. Ismail's written statement is included in the agenda package online, so you're free to read that. Next, we are moving on to Loganova.
Hi, so I'm Nina Loganova. I'm running for the Internal Governance Committee because I think policy kind of forms the foundation for our advocacy and the things that we do as a student union. So I think it's really important to be consistently updating it with how times change and different social issues that are arising. So I think that policy really has to affect the world around us. Also, I don't know, I'm really interested in policy and I like getting into fine details of things. I like writing, reading, so I think this would be a really great fit.
McLean's statement is included in the agenda package online. We are going to move now to Ram.
Hi, everyone. My name is Simran Ram. I'm running for IG, as you guys know. I was on the committee 2 years ago where I learned exactly what the committee does, so I have a lot of experience writing bylaws, working on bylaws, amending bylaws, all of the above. And I also was on one of the USA trips 2 years back, so I have a lot of experience writing different kinds of policy and understanding how it affects provincially. And in addition to that, this committee has been tasked with writing the strike policy that was recently passed at GA, and I really wanted to be involved with that. And I feel like I have a lot of experience pertaining to how we're going to go about that. So I'd really like to bring that to the committee this year.
Okay. Wang is not present here today and did not provide a statement. And Zhang is not present, but he did provide a statement. It is included in the agenda package online. So with that, we have concluded our opening statement period. So we are now going to go into our pooled question period. We are going to pool it based on the candidates who are present here today. 4 candidates present, 2 minutes each. That's 8 minutes for question periods. We will go, we'll ask the question, I'll start the timer, and then we'll go in sequential order, alternating in alpha order for responses. And yeah, so we'll do that. So once the first question is asked, I will start the timer and I will take a speakers list. Are there any questions for the candidates? If there are none, Abadi, you can begin.
Yeah, so a bit more of a fun question. What is your favorite policy and why within our current structure?
So we will begin with Aurora.
Oh, shoot.
Policy and why.
Put me on the spot, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, I guess I'll say just the general service offering policies. I was part of the service committee last year, so I think I had to deal a lot with that. And governance, a lot of crossover there. So I think that's the one I've spent the most time looking at in general. I think it provided a good framework to just generally guide how the services function, which I think is a really good part of our student union. It's one of the things the most student-facing part. So I think in terms of it both important and just the one that I've had the most experience overlooking, I would say that.
Who?
I really love the first year council operating policy. I think it's great, very detailed about everything. I think, potentially could be followed better in the coming years. But yeah.
Loganova.
In terms of, honestly, I'm going to be so honest, not super familiar with a lot of specific policies. However, seeing just how many policies there are, I think, and bylaws there are, I think that's what's really important to know that everything is super thought through, and the fact that we have so many different bylaws just shows that like this is a thought through student union that like has really strong foundations that we're going to continue building upon. And my hope is that like with internal governance committee, I'm going to become more and more familiar with different bylaws, and then I'll be able to answer this question much better.
Ram.
My favorite bylaw is what I believe is bylaw 6. It's don't search it up. I believe it's it was the last bylaw that I worked on the IG committee 2 years back, and it was for the AVP's payment, and where I was able to look through all the finances and how the MSU pays our AVPs, and I thought it was really interesting. If you guys remember, I also ran for the finance committee, so I just always like the numbers of things. So yeah, it's definitely my favorite.
Fabulous. Volka.
I know we come from a range of experiences, and I was just wondering if there's potentially an experience that you guys could speak on that would contribute to your role if you were to be elected on the Internal Governance Committee.
Who?
So I don't have that much experience with like policies, given that I just finished my first year. And yeah, but like, again, like the only operating policy I've read is, other than the SRA one, is like the first year council one. And I don't know, just reading it, like reading all the different points, it just showed me that like having operating policy is really important in the structure of like a service. And I feel like having experience playing out the bylaws in my role, I could assist in like also like reviewing the bylaws or writing them in a realistic fashion, because I know like what it's like to play it out. Yeah.
Loganova.
So I was involved in my high school student council, and a lot of the time, like, we ran into a lot of issues when it came to things like elections. So we had to spend a lot of time like reviewing and going over different election rules, also going through like specifics of what were all the roles going to be titled, and like outlining, like, obviously it's much less official because it was high school like student council, but going through like what specifically do roles do, how are we going to like write descriptions for the different student council roles in a manner that will like encapsulate what exactly they do, and not like leave everything kind of up to interpretation. And like kind of as time on student council went on, we really like fine-tuned these details, and I think it was a really good experience in like paying attention to detail and learning how to write something in a way that is clear to the general population but also clear to the specific role itself.
So I've talked about my experience on the IG committee a few years back and my USA experience, so I'll probably, Peter Pit. I'll probably talk about my experience on the SRA last year. So that's where I saw how bylaws are approved, how IG works with the SRA, and I just feel like that experience has really brought a lot of attention to how bylaws affect the MSU to me, and not just like me writing them and being like, yeah, okay, that's it. So. Yeah, definitely being on the SRA has given me a lot of experience on how bylaws actually affect the student body, actually affect the MSU. And yeah, now I feel like with that experience, I'd be a lot more conscious about bylaw writing.
Aurora?
I feel like a lot of this is going to be like similar to Simran's, I'm not going to lie. Like, it was just like a lot of like internal governance from last year. I also went to USA last year, so with that part, you kind of learn how to like look into what you need when creating policy along with actually creating policy. So both USA internal governance, I think that's the most direct ones that I can talk about. Obviously there's SRA from last year as well, where we can speak about the process of actually approving them and seeing how they guide them, just like Simran said. Then on top of that, I think like a certain part of internal governance is actually doing the background research to guide the policies and bylaws, and have research experience. Although in a different field, I think research or the general application of research is pretty universal. If you know how to do research in a certain like vein, then you know how to apply it to everywhere else. So I think those three main experiences in general kind of guide what skills I can bring to the internal governance committee.
Okay, there's 1 minute and 46 seconds. Do we have another question for the candidates? If not, we will go into closing statements. Okay, we're going to now move into closing statements. These are 1 minute per candidate. We're going to go in reverse alpha order as custom dictates. Zhang provided a statement which is available on the online. Wang is not present, did not provide a statement. Ram.
Yeah, so I've pretty much mentioned everything on why I believe I'd be a great fit for the IG committee. Just to I guess recap, I was on IG before. I worked with policy on one USA trip, and I've been on the SRA, and I'm really excited to work on the strike policy, as mentioned, that was passed at the GA. So yeah, excited.
McLean's statement online. Loganova.
Yeah, so thanks for listening today, guys. Yeah, I know I don't have super huge amount of experience here at the university in internal governance, but I really hope that, my past experience and also different traits that I have. Also, I'm studying a law and policy kind of related program. So I'm hoping to combine those skills. And yeah, so hopefully I get the opportunity to kind of work towards creating more and updating these foundations for our future advocacy, like the strike policy and everything else that's going to become really important to us.
Ismail, a statement is accessible online. Who?
I just want to thank you all for your time and consideration. Again, like Nina said, I don't have too much experience with policy writing, things like that, but I think it's definitely something I'm interested in and something I want to try doing because I'm very interested in how this university operates along with its services and things like that. And yeah, everyone starts somewhere.
Aurora.
Yeah, thank you guys for listening. Again, I just enjoyed my time in internal governance last year. It was a pretty good fit. I think I have a pretty decent amount of transferable skills. And I want to continue doing the work that we started last year. Thank you.
So just a reminder for everybody, the ballots are secret. Please do not put your own name on them. There are 4 seats open, so you can write up to 4 names. If you exceed 4 names, your ballot will be spoiled. If you write your name on it, your ballot will be spoiled. You can abstain. You can vote no confidence in a candidate, but you can list up to 4 names for election. These are the nominees. They're not in sequential order. You should know who's president.
Thank you.
Thank you. Think it over.
Okay. Thank you for that. The results are as follows. The next internal governance SRA committee members will be Aurora, Loganova, Ram, and Zhang. Congratulations. Scott.
Motion to recess for 20 minutes?
I'll require a seconder. Not debatable, but amendable. Mahmood. Moved by Scott, seconded by Mahmood, that the assembly recess for 20 minutes. All those in favor? Unanimous. We're on break. We will return at 1:35. Please return.
I welcome.
We're going to jump right back in. I'll do the call of roll. Abdullah. Ahmed.
Here.
Al-Shadi.
Here.
Aurora.
Here.
Volka.
Here.
Chang. Here. Abadi. Here. Hu.
Here.
Queen. Ismail. Farah.
Here.
Kazmi. Here. Loganova.
Here.
Lachman. Here. Mahmood.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
McLean. Mir. Mohammed. Mahmood. Mohamud. Nishaharan. Ola Kasusi. Patel. Here. Ram.
Here.
Salim.
Here.
Scott. Here. Sharma. Tejeda.
Here.
Tremblay.
Here.
Vimuri. Here. Wang. Ying.
Here.
Zhang. Okay, moving on. We are on to the election of the Municipal Affairs Committee. I'm going to read the nominees one more time, and as I read them, you can come up and take the hot seat. So 4 seats, Hu, Bamuri, Tejeda, Ying, Mohammed, Al-Shabi. All those present, take your seats.
Okay. So I wouldn't be so joint. I'd be like just to my. I know, like I'd be in the committee. Be weird. I don't have like a favorite, but like. It's I like them both for different. It's gonna be exciting.
That's good.
I know like city governors, municipal. Just housing rights. Just tastes like McDonald's.
Oh, okay, so it's just like you kind of go, how to say, around the exterior components.
No. Yeah. Just off-campus housing rights.
Stop.
All right, we are going to now move into our opening statement period. As a reminder, we have 1 minute to open. We're going to be conducting these again in alpha order. And we will begin with Al-Shabi. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, my name is Sarah, and my interest in the MA started back in first year when I ran for Vice Chair External. Historically, this role was supposed to be about transport and transit advocacy, and that's something that changed over the years. And it's an issue I'm currently working with the first year council coordinator to amend. But until then, I'm directed here to the MA and to the SRA because I want to make a greater role for off-campus students to ensure their safe advocacy. And that was the main thing that drew me to this community, to this council. However, as I learned more about it and I transitioned through the year, I found that there's a lot more to do in the committee than just focusing on transit advocacy. It's a lot about lobbying for different causes across the community, for ensuring, for example, the bike shares are enabled, for even fighting issues like the increase of unhoused members.
Moving on to who?
Yeah, so I'm very interested in municipal affairs because I think like one of the initiatives that this committee has is the Explore Hamilton initiative with like the passport stuff, and I think it's really important to have like, since McMaster is such a diverse university with people from across like Canada and different countries as well, it's very important for them to like go to university and also feel involved in their municipality. So like in the city of Hamilton, there's so much to explore downtown and even around McMaster that a lot of people don't know about, and it can really enhance the university experience. I also am involved with volunteering in downtown Hamilton at the hospital, and there's a lot of issues that I would love to be involved on and get in touch with like leaders in the municipality.
Mohammed's statement is available online. Tejeda?
I'm so glad to see everyone here today. I really want to take part on a role that engages with municipal government, reviewing policies, and also like advocating for students here living in Hamilton. And I believe like the skills that I've gained through many of my experiences are transferable here. So as an associate in the Hamilton Sustainability Action Project, which for context, we act as a bridge between the gap of nonprofit organizations and volunteers. And through this work, we actually have events in partnership with the city of Hamilton. So for example, a couple of weeks ago, we partnered with Ward 5 and had Matt Francis, who's a city councilor, and helped the Riverdale community in like moving soil into new donated garden beds. We've also partnered up with Craig Kassar. He's also Ward 12 city councilor and helping park cleanups. And then we also do regular tree planting events and even had Maureen Wilson join us. So I feel like that is pretty crucial in maintaining and developing relationships with people in the environmental world as well as like municipal affairs.
Moving on to Vimuri.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I would like to majorly participate in this committee because Hamilton is not just like a place I'm living as a part of my student life. It is like my second home, especially as an international student. And I want to advocate majorly the problems we have about the commute time we are taking, especially to the downtown, and the buses frequency, the bike share application, and also many of the housing problems students are facing, especially as like the new coming international students. And I want to advocate with my previous experiences, especially in India. I worked with the local municipalities, as many of my family background, like my uncle works in municipality back in home. So I have experience over there. I want to bring back those experiences to advocate for my new home I'm building in this country. Thank you.
And Ying.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophie. I'm going to my third year in health sciences, and something I feel very strongly about is just being connected with the Hamilton community. I think as McMaster students, we represent a core part of this community, and it is a shame to see that a lot of us, stay on campus or aren't integrated enough, and a huge part of municipal affairs is, integrating more with the community. And my past experience, working, it wouldn't be in Hamilton, but in Oakville with the municipalities, and, connecting with local government and as well working with OPIRG to kind of connect more with the community and underserviced populations. I think that the municipal affairs is something that I would love to be involved in.
That concludes the opening statement periods. We are now moving into the pooled question period. As there are 5 candidates present, that's an allocated time of 10 minutes. I will take a speakers list and I will begin the timer once the first question is asked, and we will go from there. Any questions for the candidates? Scott, you can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to just repeat the question I had back for general MSU members for municipal affairs. Could you tell me about one municipal issue that you care about on a personal level?
And we will begin in alpha order with Al-Shabi.
So I previously mentioned that my primary point of interest was in transit and ensuring reliable and safe commutes for all students. And some of the major issues I've faced in this realm are, for example, inconsistency of bus timings, buses leaving early or not on bar with schedule, certain delays and a lack of communication with those delays has affected many students and made the commute much harder. There are also certain aspects that I would like to include, both using transit and our engagement with the city. So as you all know, students have HSR access for free across the year, and we should put in more effort to make sure that the buses are being used to take students to the places in the city by telling them, hey, there's, for example, this bus that goes to Niagara Falls. Let's publicize it. Let's talk about it. You can go here. It's fun. Learn about the city. Because being part of the city is going to change a huge part of how they interact with it, how they form it, and what they end up doing in the future.
Who?
So one issue that I'm passionate about is accessibility to different resources. When somebody first comes to Hamilton, as a new student or an international student, or even someone who's been living here for a while, they don't know what resources are available out there in the city. Like, for example, where to get jobs, where to buy groceries, what's out there downtown to go with your friends, like socially, things like that. And also volunteer opportunities if people want to get integrated within the city by doing volunteer work. I think being part of this committee can really advocate for what students need and then how to get students to know that these things are out there for them. And another part of accessibility to resources is, again, transit and also tenant rights. You want to feel comfortable living in your city. You want to know what resources are out there as a tenant, how to communicate with your landlord, what policies are out there regarding that. And I think those are all very important to make a student feel comfortable and safe.
Yeah, almost along those lines. I'm really passionate about the housing issues that students face here. I feel like many students can relate here that they've had multiple problems with landlords, piping issues, heater, AC, we can count them all. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but they have passed where now landlords have to get a certificate yearly to make sure that they're on top of their utilities. And I think advocating more of how to show students how to delegate and negotiate with their landlords, making sure that they know their tenants' rights. So I think that's very important here.
Yep. So I have majorly 3 issues I would personally relate. First one is the transit issue. When I came to Hamilton for the first time, I found really hard on matching the bus timings and how frequently they are occurring. And I saw many of my friends even missing classes, labs potentially losing grades because of the bus timing delays. And this is a concern which we have to certainly raise. The second thing would be bike sharing and the housing. So even I personally, in my summer, when I first subletted a house, the house owner actually not legally rented the house to me, and I didn't even know. And I had to move out in the middle of the summer when I just came off my vacation. So it is some awareness which we need to really advocate, and in spite of I got that deal by a known person, not even like a unknown stranger. So this is like a concern I would raise that none of the other students should face, like I faced. And the bike sharing app, there are many people who complied to me, my friends, including my account, randomly getting banned in the middle and getting unlocked pretty often times, in spite of having a pretty healthier overall cycle. So these three are the affairs I majorly care about and personally relate to.
Yeah, so the issue that I want to talk to is affected by multiple levels of government, but specifically in Hamilton, I want to talk about the opioid crisis, which is something that disproportionately affects the vulnerable populations in Hamilton. And I believe municipal governments should play a larger role in trying to, support these populations as well. And with the closure of safe consumption sites, I believe that municipal institutions like libraries have become the next, safe haven for these people, and it's posed many problems. And this is something that affects both students and residents of Hamilton, and I believe that there's more that can be done to support these people.
Sharma.
Yeah, so this year and last year, a big priority of the Municipal Affairs Committee was to create and kind of promote something called the Explore Hamilton Passport. It was essentially like a passport which allowed you to get discounts to various restaurants, cafes, other things in Hamilton that encourage students to stay in Hamilton, explore different parts and whatnot. So my question to you guys is, how do you plan to continue the work that has been done to the Explore Hamilton Passport, and do you have any ways that you want to promote it?
We will begin with who?
Yeah, so I did hear about that initiative, and I think it's a really good initiative to get students involved. I think important point to spread the word about it is definitely through Welcome Week, maybe putting information about it, putting passwords in those bags that, for example, the Maroons gives out, and getting first years to know about it is really important because that's going to be kind of the foundation of their first year is the foundation of so many years to come living in Hamilton. They'll have so many opportunities to explore, so it's good that they know as soon as they can so that they're saving money throughout the years. So definitely that, and then also spreading it on social media for sure, through even services as well, in collaborations with different services. And yeah.
Jajeda.
That's a great question. So I might get the statistics wrong for this, but I know there was a thing that they found that I think 2% of students actually leave campus and even live in Hamilton after graduation. So I think what's important is retention of students and making sure that people want to keep coming back. So more research in how do we make campus more safe, kind of like the constables training and getting the students feedback. But I guess the tough part would be in my opinion, I want to say more surveys, but surveys, sometimes it's so hard to get students to do that. So maybe incorporating them in their courses and getting professors to kind of post those. Same with collaborating with other campus departments, such as the student success centers, and getting them to outline it on their TVs. And I think a solution to all of that would just be more working with students and getting more research on our community in Hamilton and the cool spots, I guess you could say, for students to keep wanting to come back.
Murray?
So to make sure the program is running fairly and in a better honor, I would more often go with the collaboration aspect, with the clubs and the existing programs happening in our university with the MSU members, like SWAT or the other cultural clubs, to go on outdoor activities, specifically when Hamilton is the world's waterfall capital and we have scenic places like Devil's Punch Hole and stuff. So we can push students go around and do outdoor activities, especially during the fall semester. And especially, as she said, we can do the classroom activities. We can go to classes, spread the awareness to the students to go out and participate in the local community things, which would make sure there is a good engagement with the new international students coming and also the existing students to interact with the Hamilton municipal areas and all the community events happening here.
Ying.
Yeah, so I think something that could help potentially expand this program would just be increasing publicity and making sure everyone is aware of the program, especially during Welcome Week. I think that is one time where a lot of first years are just getting known to the area, and this would be a good time to introduce them to downtown Hamilton, as well as just kind of informing people, just like trying to reduce the stigma around downtown Hamilton, which is definitely something that I hear a lot when I speak to people about just leaving the campus area, leaving Westdale. So yeah, I think that the passport program is definitely something that we should expand and move forward.
Al-Shabi.
So the first matter I would like to go into is learning more about what the boundaries you guys have formerly set, and then going on to listen to other ideas that have, for example, already been spoken, and then going on to implement and promote it, for example, by media. I don't know if you guys have seen some of the videos that the Student Success Center has made promoting the waterfalls around campus. Such videos could be really nice, showing campus around and maybe even collaborating with local businesses to showcase what they have. For example, interviewing this restaurant owner or showing this festival. Hey, Hess Village is a thing. There's this here, this there, and just kind of showing it to the students and telling them that you have this privilege. You have this passport that's going to give you discounts to X place and Y place, especially at a time where students are complaining so strongly about the food prices. Such a thing would go viral simply by promoting it online and by ensuring students can find it easily. And another thing that I would definitely enforce is collaborating with services. I think Student Success Center would be really reasonable for this matter. It's a huge part of their success to actually go and explore the city. And some of the things like talking to professors about it, getting it known, and making sure it's a part of Welcome Week is really important. Some of the events that have happened in Welcome Week that go into Hamilton City, like for example the Westdale carts, such things are essential to making sure that they have a better experience with going into the city and making sure that they're aware of SWAT and what that can have for protecting them.
That's time. We're going to now go into our closing statement period. We will go in reverse alpha order, so we will begin with our 1-minute closing statement from Ying.
All right, thank you everyone for listening to me today. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that I think a big part of the municipal affairs is just, like connecting everyone with the Hamilton community and just trying to reduce stigma and support the vulnerable populations that are within the community.
From Murray.
Yep. Thank you so much for being here and listening to us. And I would like to iterate that as the McMaster students, we have the biggest advocacy and the chance to show the impact on the Hamilton community, and we are taking the major part. And with my previous experiences worked in the government with the government officials back in India, I strongly have a experience on negotiating our values with the municipal people or any respective people to make sure we get a greater community experience as a part of the municipal committee.
Tasheda.
Thank you all for hearing what we all have to say. And my closing would be that a lot of MA events really do come to the committee and the AVP. So I think having students who are passionate, who care and want to make sure that our events run smoothly. Example, what Aisha said this morning with elections and trying to be educated. So in terms of that, I would say it's important for us as students and trying to connect the Hamilton with students at McMaster. It's important that we get students who are interested.
Mohammed's statement is available online. Who?
Thank you all. I think also it's really important to connect with the leaders of Hamilton, like MPPs, people who are in charge here, because a lot of the change needs to go through them. And I have experience with connecting with people from my first year council experience with people who are in charge of things, and you need to know how to communicate with them, make meeting agendas seem know what you're doing. And a lot of these issues require good communication to advance everything that we talked about, with transit, with downtown Hamilton, with exploring these types of things. Being in touch with municipal leaders would be a really good way to implement this and also form good connections with the university and them. And this is something that I'm very interested in, looking forward to do.
Al-Shabi.
Thank you for your attention. I just prefer standing up, honestly. I'd like to say if elected, some of the issues I'd like to work on are transit, and then also making sure students are better integrated with the community, especially through some services like Hammond Youth. I mean, that's like a great service that we have here at the university, especially with the summits happening. We should get more students involved and speaking in these summits. Another huge thing would be getting them out into the city, using the Explore Hamilton passport by effectively communicating and marketing it. That is definitely something I could bring to the table with my previous experience as vice chair external. Not to mention that I would love to take part in research and further going into what are some of the issues that students are facing at the municipal level. And I believe that my previous experience in research will definitely be an asset to that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder, it is a secret ballot. It is not ranked. You list up to 4 members for this committee. There are only 4 available seats. You can abstain. You can also vote no confidence in any of the members. That's it. The results are as follows. The newly elected members of the Municipal Affairs Committee are Emily Hu, Tejeda, Murray, and Game. Congratulations. Moving on, we are now going into provincial and federal affairs. This again has 4 seats. I'll name the candidates one more time. If you are present, please come to the front. That's Hu, Scott, Ismail, Aurora, Mohammed, Ahmed, and Loganova. Please come to the front. Al-Shabi?
Point of privilege, would we be able to turn off the AC?
I actually don't know. Let me look into that for you.
Thank you.
There's a bunch of switches right there. I don't know.
I don't. It might be central.
Dude, that's just.
Wait, this is.
Or don't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, guys, I need to get more cookies. Do anyone want to cook?
I haven't had a cookie yet.
Okay, I'll go on.
Oh, I think I was giving you your favorite cookie is.
Who did you hire?
I wasn't awake. Like I know I was there. Everything past that is like fine. It's still fuzzy. That's why it's so nice.
Caesar, no. No, not Caesar. Caesar has bacon and everything. I can't.
I did 2 years.
Some withdrawals of nominations. We're down to Scott, Ismail, Mohammed, Ahmed, and Loganova for PFA. We're going to go into our opening statement period. We're going to go in alpha order. It's 1 minute per candidate, and just give me a minute. Okay, we'll begin with Ahmed. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Hi guys, my name is Zara and I'm going to my 3rd year of life sciences. So the main reason that I want to join the Provincial and Federal Affairs Committee is mainly because it seems like an amazing learning experience and it seems like the foundation of all other services and committees here. So the main things that I want to take away and learn from this committee are to improve my lobbying skills, to improve my overall understanding of how all university services interact, and to be able to use the knowledge that I have of the MSU services, my time at MSU clubs, and my time in external sort of provincial affairs and clubs, to bring that all together and understand better how to support McMaster on a provincial and federal scale. And some of my experiences that I have are primarily from high school. I was on my school board's Indigenous Affairs Committee, and we kind of discussed how to elevate Indigenous student voices. So it's not exactly the same thing as this committee.
Thank you. Ismail's statement is provided online. Mohammed's statement is provided online. Sorry, Sorry, Loganova.
So I think it's super important. Obviously, also we talked about this with municipal affairs, the fact that our student union doesn't really exist in isolation. It exists in different communities, and those include the province and the country. And I think especially in times like this when there's a lot of pressure being put on student unions with different bills being passed by the provincial government, we need to kind of learn how we're going to interact with like these major institutions as a way to kind of move forward as a student union. And also, again, for me, this is going to be a big learning experience. And I think, again, lobbying with politicians and different higher ups is super important. And these are all things that kind of we need to do as a student union so that we can like understand our place in the world.
The Mohammed's statement is available online, so we'll go to Scott.
Hi, everyone. I'm Colin, and I'm running for provincial and federal affairs because I have a bit of experience lobbying on the provincial level with Students Against Austerity to get the strike motion passed. And I'd like to assist the education portfolio in their goals in provincial and federal lobbying. Thank you.
Okay, we are now, with that, entering into our pooled question period. There are 3 present today, so that is a total of 6 minutes. I will take a speakers list and begin the timer when the first question is asked. And Mahmoud, you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you all for running for this committee. So as you've all kind of noted, at the provincial level, there are a lot of changes and priorities that are affecting students directly this year. Something that we kind of need to anticipate possibly preparing for this year or just long term is Bill 33. If you aren't familiar, Bill 33 kind of gives the province the ability to create regulations around how student fees are collected. Obviously, you don't have to have like a full out plan, but I would love to just get an idea of like, what do you think, I guess, when we're in uncertain times like this, what are things that are important for this committee to be prepared for? And like, what kind of priorities would you want to share with our local elected officials?
Ahmed.
I think the very first thing would be prioritizing research in a general sense. So I know that Bill 33 wants to change the financial affairs of the university. And so I know the university has done a lot of general surveys, university affairs, on student satisfaction, things like that. And so I think reporting student satisfaction and using those surveys and just in general looking at how the university has done their affairs beforehand and then what it would look like afterwards. And also just the second thing would be to improve how students can understand Bill 33. A big thing is lobbying, and that requires the overall support of the student population. So having a giving students better accessibility to learn about Bill 33 and spreading that information would be a priority for me. So going to the MSU social media accounts, explaining what Bill 33 is, having some student, having overall, different kinds of booths, different places to ask, and giving students those places to inquire about what Bill 33 is would be, I think, for me, a priority and for the education team.
Thank you.
Loganova.
So I think that like collective action in this sense is really important. So like I think the first step is to really create like a united front with the students. And I think like Zara said, a lot of that comes with like education and with making sure people are informed and understanding what exactly the changes are, how exactly they'll affect them. It's really important to make sure that the specifics are shared with the students because a lot of the time we just hear, oh, Bill 33 is this, and we don't hear, like the specifics of it. So I think that's super important. And going out and just like being in the community and speaking with students, like collecting research. And then kind of to continue on is to kind of develop like, obviously, we can't really like predict what's going to happen, but I think we've seen a lot of patterns with this provincial government, a lot of the same thing over and over. So kind of like understanding what the provincial government is going to do moving forward after Bill 33 so that we understand, first of all, the root of why the provincial government is doing things, which, we know is kind of ridiculous, but like kind of understanding that and then also being like, okay, what's going to happen next so that we kind of can like prepare and also make sure students know like that Bill 33 isn't like the end, like it's the start of the provincial government really like taking away people's rights within education.
Scott.
Thank you for the question. I'm going to try to avoid repeating what everyone else has said, because I agree, yes, communication with the student body is definitely extremely important, but I'd like to highlight that communication with other portfolios like internal governance should also be a priority, because especially with, say, the strike policy, there's going to be a student body who's going to want to fight back against stuff that Doug Ford's government's doing, or maybe Mark Carney's government's doing, and yeah, thank you.
Fabulous. That is leaving us with 2 minutes and 6 seconds and no one on the speakers list. So if there's a question, we'll pose. If not, we will move to the closing statements. Seeing as there are none, we're moving to closing statements. We're going in reverse order. You have 1 minute, Scott, whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your time. I really hope that we can build a great advocacy team no matter who you elect. So thank you for your time.
Loganova.
Thanks so much for listening, and I hope that we can move forward and kind of fight back against the provincial government and the federal government, no matter like what advocacy team is elected. I think this is a really important role, and thank you.
Thank you guys so much for listening and for your continued attention over so many elections. I got cut off in my opening statement, so the thing that I wanted to say was that in high school, as part of like kind of a provincial Indigenous committee, and that was kind of also the stuff I did was kind of related to what I would do in this committee, including collecting research on Indigenous students and their perspectives on how the current way the school board is running, and I think that can really be relevant to my committee. So thank you guys again for listening.
Okay. Reminder, it's not ranked ballot. There are 4 seats available. You can write up to 4 names. It is a secret vote. You put your name on it, you spoil it. If you put more than 4 names, you spoil it. So yeah, those are the rules.
The MA,
Okay, the results are as follows. These are the newly elected members joining the Provincial and Federal Affairs Committee. They are Ahmed, Ismail, Loganova, and Scott. Moving on. So for services, there are 4 seats. I will read the nominees one more time. Murray, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, Mahmood, Ahmed, Sharma, and Nishaharan. Ahmed.
Can I withdraw?
Oh, wait.
Ahmed has withdrawn. Withdrawn. Pulled out. Who? You're out.
Services. I would like to withdraw.
Withdraw. Perfect. Any other withdrawal?
Point of information, how many people are nominated themselves for this committee now?
Now, with 4 seats, we now have Mohamud, Wang, Patel, Mahmood, Sharma, and Nishaharan, so a total of 6. Great. Those who are present today, please take your seats.
Did you say pull up?
You didn't take this.
I did. Yeah, take your phone to the bell signs.
There should be like a 3-second
Hold on. Just like fly in the middle of your thing. Yo.
Oh, this is the one. Okay.
It's either Sabrina or Sana.
What if it's confused?
So, his name is
Yeah. But the
He's like impactful and
what's the last name?
So what?
Actually, no.
Yeah, we did.
It's for
5 hours.
services. Oh, bro, because why is it? I have literally been here since 8:40.
Yeah.
They alphabetical. Is it an emergency? No, it's just my
But I've heard that they're doing a lot more of like
I'm in.
I've heard they've been doing a lot more of like taking over private industry into public.
Okay, we are rolling. We're going to do 1-minute opening statements. We'll begin in alpha order with Mahmood. Whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Isla. Okay, as corny as this sound, I feel like because I have the privilege to be in such a position where I can make an impact, a positive impact, I feel like it's my responsibility to do so and give back to the community and, you know, help those who are in need of help those who can't speak up for themselves. And I am a very, I like to be a hands-on person. I like to be someone who's in the field, who's talking to people. So I hear complaints or I hear issues a lot, and they are things that I really would love to tackle with services. And with being an exec with First Year Council, I believe that I have gained a lot of essential and important information and experience working with different services such as like AB Tech or Spark or like ResLife and the Hub and Macademics. And I also work at the Hub, so not only did I get a volunteer position, but also a paid position, so I kind of get both sides.
Mohamud's statement is available online. Nishaharan.
Hey guys, my name is Nimesh Shaharan. Thank you guys for being here today. The reason why I want to apply for the services role is because I've worked with a lot of these services before, collaborated with them. Examples could be SHEC, EFERT, SWAT, and just worked on a lot of these different services. The reason why I want to sit in this position is because I just love improving and finding critiques and making services better. And another thing I'm really good at is listening to feedback and just looking at both of those together. Like this is a role that I would really be passionate about, and this is the reason why I sat on it. Apart from that, this is what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Patel.
Hi guys. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Om,
And I think that students are the forefront of the responsibility as a member of services. And I think services play a major responsibility to supporting students and their needs. And therefore, I think I can offer a new perspective on the services committee as I'm a new SRA member. And yeah.
Sharma.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aditya, and I had the chance to be on the services committee this last year. And personally, we worked together to review FCC and academics, and we kind of went through like the process of creating a survey, boothing and promoting the survey, and then kind of reviewing the survey, creating a report that we presented to the SRA. So I enjoyed being a part of the committee. I feel like I learned a lot about the services, and I have a good understanding of how the services work, how we can improve them, and what steps we can kind of take to enhance the student experience and how the students interact with services. So I think I bring a very like well thought out and like polished perspective to the services committee. So yeah.
Wang.
Hi there. My name's Olivia. So I believe that services are foremost the best way to get directly engaged, like within the university. Services are so crucial to the student body. I feel like services provide a lot of the support that just other aspects of the university don't really have. And I want to do my best to kind of help, ensure that these services are operating efficiently, smoothly, that they're meeting what students actually need. So in the past, I was on first year council, where I also had to work with a lot of these services. I've also used definitely some of these services before, like the Food Collective Center, the underground for printing and whatnot. So I feel like being a user of these services is also really akin to kind of understanding where the gaps are and recognizing what
Thank you.
further work needs to be done.
All right, we are 5 candidates present today, so that is a pooled time period of 10 minutes. I will take a speakers list and start the timer when the first question is asked, and we will go in alpha order and we'll alternate throughout the questions. Are there any questions? Ram, you can go ahead.
Okay. If you had to choose a service to review this year, or like your favorite service, which MSU service would it be and why?
Mahmood.
Honestly, I think I really like Spark. And the reason that I really like it is because starting out with first year council, and being a first year this past year, Spark was one of the first services I worked with in first year council, and it really like showed me and gave me like a foot in the door for like what else is to come and what else is available. And I like working with Spark, seeing Spark, and like seeing what they have to offer and how they help first years. I think it's like so important for the transition that they make. So like it being the first thing that I saw here and was part of, like it's in the first year formal, I feel like it has a special place in home.
Yeah, that was a really good question. I was gonna say Spark as well, but I also looked at SWAT. Like I feel like they have a really big community, a big team, a lot of thriving, ambitious people on the team, and just finding other ways to help them make an impact in the community, not only just helping students walk from different destinations, but going out to different stands, booths, and really showcasing what they do and the impact they make in the community.
I would have to say my favorite service would be the Food Collective Center because they do a really good job at trying to be inclusive and providing different food options. And for those people who may not have the best financial position, it's a really good way of just getting a snack regardless of your financial position. And I think they do a really good job at getting feedback from students because I know a lot of students sometimes may feel embarrassed that they have to seek help or feel a certain type of way. I think they're doing a really good job at trying to improve that.
I think if one service I could review or kind of interact with this year, I think it'd be the underground because I know this year, like by the outgoing VP finance, there's a lot of changes made to the underground in terms of how like MSU members and volunteers kind of interacted with the service. So I'd like to see what the kind of perception of those changes are and like if there's any inconsistencies, if the changes are well liked, or like if there's anything that we can do to kind of like understand how these new changes are working. And yeah.
I would also have to say the FCC is one of like my favorite services on campus. I think they've done a lot of great work already, such as like the soup and bread and providing all this like food and financial support for students who may come from like all sorts of different backgrounds. And I think having like that outlet and potentially redirecting some of the other like current campus like excess food, whether it be from like the Tim Hortons or like La Piazza, whatever, all these extra like the food that is on campus, I feel like finding a way to channel that into the FCC and letting this excess surplus go back to students, right? Because it's ultimately their tuition dollars that are funding this institution that we are here, right? Thank you.
Abadi.
So, how do you prioritize your work when you have multiple deadlines competing for your attention?
Yeah, this is a really good question. It's more organizational questions, like how I manage my time. I would, set up calendars and trackers, prioritizing the more important deadlines first, and then categorizing that throughout. I would also have like another, notes pad where I have all the information I review over day to day. But yeah, that's how I'll remain organized on top of my school as well. Just having everything on one clean, coordinated agenda/calendar to keep everything in track.
Yeah, I would definitely say like using a calendar to make sure I can stay on top of my work and meet deadlines, and just prioritizing what's important and actually getting things done day by day, making sure I'm doing little progress. If nothing, I think something is better than nothing. So yeah, and just having an agenda so I know what I'm doing and making sure my friends hold me accountable.
Yeah, so alongside like kind of being organized and having a calendar, I think it's really important to like reflect upon like kind of the commitments this year. Like as I was on services this year and I was managing a very busy course load and stuff, I kind of like found ways to manage my time and kind of realize what works for me and what doesn't. I think reflecting based on last year, I can implement some of the strategies that I used, whether that's chunking time or like scheduling certain events and taking initiative when I can. Yeah, I think those are some ways I manage my time on the services committee.
Yeah, so I agree. I personally use calendar, Notion calendar as well. I have a Notion tracker where I input any like pending assignments, the date, the status, and any additional notes that need to be completed. So I think that tool has really helped me stay on top of my work, prioritize what's needed, and essentially cut any fluff as well. I think also just kind of having certain objectives that you want to achieve throughout the day is like pretty important to me. So also I have like a daily kind of to-do list or like a mini agenda to say, which again helps keep me accountable. It helps organize my priorities, in that sense.
Mahmoud.
Okay, I'm pretty much repeating what everyone else has said here, but I love calendars and lists, like maybe to an odd amount, but I have a list for, like I make lists and I organize myself for everything. I like the saying that you climb a mountain step by step, and I like to like I look at it step by step, even if there's like big challenges or big things that I need to get done. And I like to make goals for myself daily and like plan out how I would go about each day. And last year, like it was definitely a change, but working a job while also, being a full-time student and being first year council exec and just like a bunch of other things as well, like has definitely helped me improve my time management skill. And working with all of that, well, like I've also learned to not spread myself too thin and to be able to know my limits and know where I can give good quality work rather than giving a little bit to a lot of things.
Lutchman.
My question was answered.
Murray.
So my question is, what is one or more services you think it's not doing like really great, and what is your potential suggestion to improve it?
That'll be Patel to answer first.
Honestly, being new to SRA, I don't have like a great idea of all the services that are available. I know there's a ton of good services. I think just working with the services committee and seeing what they have going on, and then working based off of that and seeing what students are saying and just giving back to what the students need and that feedback. So I wouldn't say there's a certain service I think is lacking and have a suggestion for, but I would just say like improving them all based off what the students are saying.
Off the top of my head, I can't like reasonably like state like a service that isn't doing well or something because I haven't looked at the numbers. I haven't looked at what students are saying, but services are kind of reviewed like systematically. So I would kind of look into what service hasn't been reviewed in a while and kind of use that to create a survey, understand what students are saying, and then I think the best steps to kind of improving any service is to first like understand how students are using the service, how they're interacting with it, like whether they're going to the events that the service is promoting, and whether the budget is being used by the PTMs wisely and stuff. And from there, I would look into like how to suggest recommendations to SRA, and then that would kind of be the process. Yeah.
Just for everyone, I have 22 seconds left on the timer. Obviously, we haven't gone through all the candidates, and I still have one person on the speakers list. Mahmoud.
Can I motion to exhaust the speakers list?
There's a motion to exhaust the speakers list. Scott to second. Would the mover please speak to it?
Yeah, let's let everyone ask the questions they want to ask.
Scott?
Nothing to add.
Anyone else? Moved by Mahmoud, second by Scott, that the Assembly exhaust the speakers list for the election. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And proceed, Wayne.
Okay, so there's a service called like MSU Hotspot. It helps deal with like your electronics, and I actually didn't find about this recently. And I just feel that this one aspect of the MSU, like the hotspot, it's not really well promoted because they have a lot of services that they provide, such as, fixing your screen, installing like BIOS software and hardware, and, checking your computer for all types of malfunctions. And I feel like as uni students, our computers are so central to us. We essentially cannot function without them. And I feel like if I had just known about this service earlier on, it would have been really helpful to me because at one point my laptop wasn't charging like properly, and it put a lot of stress on me where I wasn't sure if I would be able to like even finish my assignments on time just because my laptop couldn't charge and it was running out of battery. So I feel like better promotion of this MSU hotspot to students, knowing that there is a place, there are people who are willing to help your laptop, your computer, your phone, if needed. I also saw some of their prices, and to me, as like a first gen, kind of immigrant family, I found the prices a little bit high. I think it was like $30 or $40 to install software. So I think, trying to keep prices affordable for a variety of students would also be like a key points of improvement?
I think one of the services that I have used in the past that I have had some hiccups with has been the underground. I hear a lot of mixed reviews about it. Like some people say they've had great experiences. Some people say that they've had some iffy experiences here and there. And I admire everyone who works there and I appreciate them and all the hard work that they do. But we, especially in first year council, when we were promoting our events, we had a lot of trouble and sometimes setbacks because of some difficulties with the underground. So especially with the new changes coming in, I would definitely want to give a little bit of a spotlight on the underground and make sure that things just run a bit more smoothly.
Yeah, I think all of the services are doing great right now, but if everyone has rooms for improvement. If I had to pick one, I would look more deep into SHEC, just because the impact that they make in the community, especially the first year students, has the most significant impact from my perspective. Just looking at education and safety, I just find that really important for first years, and having that more around, educating students in different events and being more around in the community, I just feel like that would make the biggest impact for the first year students. So just helping SHEC push that forward, that would be the first thing I would look towards. They're already doing a great job, but always room for improvement. So yeah, that would be that would be what I would help.
Body.
Yeah, so first off, great job answering all the questions thus far. So for the last question, when developing the service review survey, how would you ensure that PTMs, so the directors, assistant directors, and coordinators of the service, have meaningful input into the survey questions and areas of focus?
Sharma.
Yeah, so one strategy that we used to kind of approach getting PTM interaction this year was going to their exec meetings, going to their volunteer meetings, and making sure that they knew about the service and the survey that was going on. We also had questions that were dedicated specifically to PTMs. That the survey kind of worked in a branch system. So if they responded to yes, I work in the service or I'm a part of the service, then it would lead to another series of questions that would specifically be tailored to them. I feel like that approach really ensures that PTMs can talk about their interaction with the service, because as much as students, yes, interact with the service, people who are working in the service and volunteering in the service often have a lot more input and can actually enhance the service in a lot more meaningful ways. So it's definitely really important to get their input. And yeah, those are some of the strategies that I'd use.
Yeah, I think as long as you're kind of keeping your communication open and direct, I think kind of maybe as well as sitting in on the meetings and getting that in-person feedback, perhaps finding out, their Instagram or whatever type of communication, maybe some services use Discord to communicate, just maybe DMing the managers or the supervisors of that service and being hey, there's this survey going on, here's the link, let us know what you think, and kind of just having that organic type of conversation through digital media platforms. I feel like this way it's kind of more convenient for everyone else's schedule, because sometimes when people are having their own internal meetings, the presence of an outsider, they might feel a bit of an intrusion. So I feel kind of just approaching it this way, you can still get their type of their feedback, their input, and as well as making it just more easier for everyone. Because if it's digital, you can kind of implement those changes immediately, just edit the form as they're talking. Yes.
Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so when developing the service review surveys, how would you ensure that PTMs have meaningful input into the survey questions and areas of focus?
Okay, I think surveys are a great idea in general, but I feel like you can get more information out of someone when you talk to them face to face. So while I would still encourage and implement the surveys, I would also make an effort to try to keep a consistent relationship with the PTMs so that, like there is more, if there are ever any issues or any comments or recommendations or anything that arises overall, they know that, they can come to us and communicate with us about it. And on top of that, like while the actual, survey is circulating, I think it would be important to talk to them face to face and see what else they can say, because sometimes things spark up in conversation, and I think that's important.
Oh yeah. So yeah, looking at ways to improve the survey. Sometimes we see surveys that have 5 stars and go rank it, right? So staying more away from that, but having questions that are more deeper and paragraph focused. So asking for direct feedback on not just what they think, but what they've heard. Another thing I would say is having a section where they're able to talk about feedback that they've heard, but also inputs from fellow teammates and peers, right, that they have from the PTMs. But yeah, those are improvements that I would add to the survey. But on top of that, just having sections for different people to comment on the services, maybe on the Instagram page, social media, different links and drop boxes for that, which they could then also attach and include into the survey.
Okay. Oh, Patel, sorry, yes.
I think that, sorry, the PTMs have consistent contact with the service in itself. So I think it's very important to get feedback from them. So I would say having the survey as it is, but also tailoring some questions after communicating with these PTMs and people that are closer contact to these services. And I think that way you can get the best of both worlds. I think that'd be what I would do.
Okay, fabulous. We're now going into our closing statement period. 1 minute each. We're going in reverse alpha order. We'll begin with Wang. You have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Okay, so thank you for everyone for listening. Thank you all for being here. I just know that whoever you elect will make a great services committee, and I hope that we can all improve the services of McMaster and really focus on, what's important, which is providing quality service to students. Thank you.
Sharma.
Thank you guys so much for listening to us kind of reason through why we should be on the services committee. I think for me, I had a really good experience with the services committee this past year. I really enjoyed the process of kind of gathering research, doing primary research into what students are thinking, and then kind of developing a research report and being able to present that to the SRA. I thought it was a very thorough and flushed out process, and I think I really want to continue my time on the services committee. I want to review more services, and I really want to optimize the student experience and kind of just enhance how students interact with services and what services can offer to students. Yeah.
Patel.
Thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate your attention. If elected, I will try to meet the needs of students and accessibility needs and just better services as much as I can to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your time again. My overall goal is to make the biggest impact in the McMaster community, and being on the services committee is just an avenue and a vehicle I could use to do that. Just talking about the services that I've made an impact and collaborated before, that's one thing. And just being on the executive board now, I've learned so much about these different services, and it really pushed me to learn more about these policies and services and stuff. And just being on this community, it'll just help me a lot more, because it just gives me a lot more insight of how these services work. I do believe that services make one of the biggest impacts in the community because they're so widely spread out. So yeah.
Mahmood.
So thank you all for sitting here and listening to all of us. I don't have much to add on to what I've already said, but I would love to be able to make a positive impact in the community, especially one that I am part of, that I hold very dearly to my heart. And services, obviously they are for the students, and students are the life of school, university, campus. So, when students thrive, that's when campus thrives, that's when the university thrives, and that's really important to me. So whatever I can do to help them, like that is my goal at the end of the day.
Mohamud's statement is available online. This is a secret ballot. So please don't write your name. It is also 4 seats available. So write up to 4 names. Do not write your name on it. Do not write more than 4 names on it. You will spoil your ballot. You can abstain. Sorry. You can vote no confidence. Do what you want.
I'm writing my own name down.
Thank you.
I'm voting for myself.
I'm writing your name down. I'm gonna write your name.
Wait, if we all write Owen's name, does he have to serve on the committee?
No.
Oh.
The results are as follows. These are the nominees who will be serving on the Services Committee. Mahmood, Nishaharan, Patel, and Sharma. Moving on, University Affairs Committee. This has 4 seats. I will read the nominees, and then I'll entertain withdrawals. If there are any, not to say
Can I withdraw?
in just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Who? Ismail, Mohamud, Wang, Patel, Mahmood, Al-Shabi, Ahmed, Loganova, and Nishaharan are the candidates so far. I will now accept withdrawals. Loganova.
Withdraw,
Ahmed. Nishaharan. Patel. And who? That, any other withdrawals? That leaves us with Ismail, Mohamud, Wang, Mahmood, and Al-Shabi. All those present, take your seats.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. Your favorite SRA member making finance with chocolate. Not to do this.
Okay.
Where?
Okay, so we are going to be doing our opening statements for this election. The candidates have 1 minute. We go in alpha order. Al-Shabi, go.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So you guys here heard me asking for the AC to be turned off earlier. I like to speak out when things are uncomfortable, and that is something I would like to do at the university level with UA a lot. So some of my experience includes starting a tutoring organization when I felt my school needed it, running as president and like giving our school pads, food, whatever. At first year council, I ran various events and lobbied for increased seating at certain buildings and more and more. With UA, I'd like to make sure our student voices are heard. I'd like to make sure student concerns are addressed and proper solutions are found. Some of the future initiatives I'd like to implement include making the commute easier by providing shades at the transit lines and starting a community fridge in the hub. This is a project I've already issued to the SRA Science Group, and I would like to pursue further.
Ismail's statement is online and accessible for you. Mahmood.
Hi again, it's me, Isla. You guys have already heard my opening statement from the services election, and it's pretty, like what I have to say now is pretty much the same from there. I would just like to add on that anyone I talk to in this university has some sort of complaint about, the university, and they're very, very valid complaints, and they seem to be ones that that affect students a lot, and it doesn't always seem like there's much being done. I know there's always things being done behind the scenes, but I really hope to make some real impact and some real changes so that we can better the students. Something that I would really love to do is add more fresh fruit or salad bars and the space in the hub where they are getting rid of the student union. I would love to maybe use that space to do something with more fresh food available.
Thank you. Mohamud's statement is available online. Wang.
Hello again. So you also as well previously heard my opening statement. Along with that, I think just being within
like being a student and also like hearing a bunch of complaints that the students have, and then you can hear, you can listen, you can empathize, but I want to be in a position where you can actually enact real positive change, where you can actually do work on a team and see those impacts, like if not right away, then at least throughout your undergrad journey and career. And so I think that being part of this type of committee would really allow me to enact the positive change that I hope to see.
Thank you. Okay. We'll move into the pooled question period. There are 3 candidates, which totals to a time of 6 minutes for pooled questions. I'll take a speaker's list and start the timer when the first question's asked. Are there any questions? If there are none, we will proceed to the closing statements. Okay. Closing statements. 1 minute each. Wang, go.
Hey, hello again, part 3. So yeah, I guess I hope you guys, I know whoever you elect will make a great, university affairs committee. For the university, I think I definitely agree with, providing more affordable fresh fruit options on campus, as well as like reducing the food waste that happens on campus, and also trying to kind of make overall listening to the student body, understanding their needs really comprehensively, and then taking specific measurable actions to actually implement their feedback and create like change and improvement within the university.
Thank you. Mahmoud.
Just continuing a little bit on from what I was talking about in my opening statement about some of the initiatives that I would really like to work on. I would love to, work on having more fresh fruit and vegetables on campus. And another thing is the wait times for some services, such as SWC. They are great and they are amazing and they've been so good to me, but sometimes their wait times for certain services can be a lot. And I know that it impacts a lot of people negatively, and I would like to do something about seeing about if I could, reduce those wait times or find other supports for the people who are negatively impacted. And another thing is I would really love to expand the period project at McMaster. But yeah, thank you for listening to me. Yeah.
Al-Shabi.
Hi, everyone. Thank you again for your time. And what Isla just mentioned kind of shows a glimpse to the second part that we have in UAA, to kind of talk to the higher levels of the university and make sure that proper funding is being instated and having the correct resources allocated to the correct places. That is something we can achieve together in UA. And I hope that whether it's with me or any of the other members, we're going to make a great team and we're going to make sure that the correct issues are being voiced and the correct actions are being taken place. Whatever. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Ismail and Mohammed's statement is available online for you to read. 4 seats for this one. Don't put your own name on it. Don't put more than 4 names on it. You can write 4, 3, 2, or 1, or none. You can abstain. You can vote no confidence in any of the candidates. You know the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I pre-fired it, my bad.
We're just so polite.
Are you just reading the first? Are you just reading the first one? Go. I'm reading the last name. Even though the first one's probably easier.
You added a color to your sweater.
Oh,
I know. Yeah. It's okay. It looks
sassy, yeah.
Did you give me that?
I did, yeah.
Thank you.
Oh. Hello.
Any free text? Or
I think it's
we would have
but
to
they,
name
but
it.
they have either names or like programs on them. So Loki, if you find one that says like science.
We
Or,
would go
but
Mackay.
I think Mackay, Loki. What did they have? It might have just said Peter altogether.
No, why would you try?
No, I'm not even kidding. Go to the office and ask like.
I need to think.
And just take my answer. You can either like.
Graduated, right? Half of them are like got.
I think.
I like that it has like little flavor.
Oh, no, this summer.
Little what? Little flavor text, like it says like fucker and stuff like that.
I don't think it's like when
That's
you
fun.
how many
Go and check. Well, it's just one meeting, dude. But it's this
Are you going up again? I want to see you run.
Assembly. The results are as follows. These are going to be the members who are joining the University Affairs Committee. Al-Shabi, Mohamud, and Wang. The final spot has been a tie between Ismail and Mahmoud. So with the Assembly's consent, I'm proposing a 1 minute additional speaking period for the candidate in the room who tied, and then we will issue a new vote to determine the final member of the University Affairs Committee. Would the member please come to the front? Ismail's statement is available again online, and Mahmoud, you have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Hi again. I really love being involved in the school. I love, seeing the community, seeing people thrive and be happy, and experience there's gonna be ups, there's gonna be downs, but I love the community that gets together, and obviously all of it stems from the students. And I've said this before, but the life of the community is the students, and I really care to make the university, a better place for them. So some of my initiatives that I mentioned earlier, the period project, the better food, and the less wait times for mental health services, I think they're all really important, and I would love to give back in any way that I can. So yeah, I'd really appreciate if you guys could consider me for that. Thank you.
Okay, this ballot is for a single seat, so write a single name. You can only vote between Ismail and Mahmoud. Those are the only two that qualify for this election. So write one of their two names, or write no confidence, or abstain. If you write more than one name on the ballot, it will be spoiled. If you write your own name on the ballot, it will be spoiled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a
If you have any more
Uh,
questions, I could show you an example.
Results are as follows. Mahmood will be joining the University Affairs Committee. On to our next order of business. This is the closure of nominations for SRA members to other committees. I'll require a mover seconder. Salim, Abadi, mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, let's be finished with this.
Abadi.
Yeah, let's close the seats.
Anybody else? Okay, with that being said, I will now read out the nominations and ask for more and yada, yada, yada.
This was a voting.
Hey, Clubs Advisory Council has 5 seats. I have received nominations from Bamuri, Kazmi, Zhang, Mohamud, and Mahmood. Are there any nominations? John. Lakshman. Bora. Are there any withdrawals? Mahmood. The nominees are as follows. Amiri, Kazmi, Zhang, Mohamud, Chung, Lakshman, and Kaur. EFERT Advisory Committee, that is 1 seat and 1 nomination of Mohamud. Are there any other nominations? Elections Committee. Elections Committee has 3 available seats.
Privilege? Can I nominate myself for EFERT?
Yep.
Two seats?
So the nominees for EFERT are Mohamud and Wang. Anybody else? Elections Committee has 3 seats. The nominees are as follows. Scott, Mohamud, and Mahmood. Any other nominations? Full shot. Any other nominations? Any withdrawals? First Year Council has 1 seat. The nominees are as follows. Ismail and Mahmood. Nominee. The nominees are as follows. Ismail Mahmood Al-Shabi. Are there any more nominations or withdrawals for First Year Council?
I'd like to withdraw.
Mahmood withdraws. That leaves Ismail and Al-Shabi. Anybody else? Moving on. General Assembly Planning Committee has 1 seat. I'm going to plug that one because it's my committee. It's a great committee. We have 1 nomination, Zhang. Are there any nominations or withdrawals? Moving on. This is the Information Technology Student Advisory Committee. This is with the University UTS department. This has 1 seat. The nominations are as follows. Bamuri, Mohamud, and Patel. Are there any further nominations?
I would like to withdraw.
Withdraw. Any other withdrawals or nominations? The nominees, sorry.
Sorry, question. Can you read who was nominated for the Elections Committee?
Elections Committee is Scott, Mohamud, Mahmood, and Bulka.
Can I withdraw? Thank you.
So yeah, University Technology Advisory Group is Mohamud and Patel. Moving on. Interfaith Council has 1 seat and no nominations. Ahmed? Any other nominations? This is the MSU Information Technology Advisory Committee. This is one seat. Nominations are as follows: Bamuri and Mohamud. Any other nominations? Any withdrawals? MSU Governance and You has one seat and no nominations. I will take nominations now. Ram. Any other nominations?
Point of order. I don't believe the MSU Governance and You Committee is active this year.
Sorry, Ram.
It's okay. Never mind.
Okay, moving on. MSU Sustainability Education Committee. This has two seats. The nominees are as follows: Tajeda, Yang, Mohamud, and Mohammed. Are there any other nominations? Are there any withdrawals? Moving on. The Musk Board of Management. This has one seat. The nominees are as follows: Scott, Mohamud, Mahmoud. Any nominations? Any withdrawals? Sorry, Wang, are you nominating yourself?
Yeah.
And Isla, you're pulling out?
Yep.
The nominees are as follows: Scott, Mohamud, and Wang. Next, we have sponsorships and donations, otherwise known as Spondon. This has one seat and no nominations.
Can I be on Spotlight?
Olivia Wang. Any other nominations aside from Wang? Sharma? Any other nominations? The nominees are Wang and Sharma. Teaching Awards Committee, this has 3 seats. The nominees are Hu, Ismail, Patel, and Mahmood. Are there any other nominees? Are there any withdrawals? Hu and Mahmood. And
Could I put my name on?
okay, hold on here. Hu, you're off. Mahmood, you're off. Scott, you're in. I will address the point of information.
Can you repeat who is on it again? Like who nominated?
For Teaching Awards, we have Ismail, Patel, Scott.
Can I re-nominate myself?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's stay focused here, okay? The nominees are Ismail, Patel, Scott, Hu. Anybody else? No more nominations. The Silhouette Board of Publication has 1 seat. The sole nominee is Scott. Are there any nominations? Last call. Are there any withdrawals? Done. Welcome Week Faculty Cup Award Selection Committee. This committee has 1 seat, and the nominees are as follows: Hu, Scott, Mohamud. Are there any other nominations at this time? Nishaharan. Any other nominations? Are there any withdrawals? Who? The nominees are as follows: Scott, Mohamud, and Nishaharan. Okay.
You just say point of it.
Okay, so it is, oh, yes?
Point of information.
Yes.
Has the Interfaith Council
Yes.
nominations closed?
Yep.
Can I nominate myself for that, or is it too late?
Yes. I'm going to call last call. Does anybody want to nominate themselves or withdraw? This is your last chance.
I'm lying. You knew it's weird.
It's moved by Salim, seconded by Abadi, that the Assembly close nominations for SRA members to other committees as listed. All those in favor of closure? Closure. Unanimous, thank you. Since the vote is complete, we will now announce the acclamations. We congratulate Eddie Zhang for the General Assembly, his acclamation to General Assembly Planning Committee. We congratulate Scott, Mohamud, and Bolka for their acclamation onto the, no.
Where is he? If he says it by accident, do they still have
Never mind, disregard. And, sorry, we will congratulate Scott, though, on his acclamation to the Silhouette Board of Publication. So congratulations. Okay, with that being said, everything else has to go to an election or a vote of confidence. I will entertain parameters for the elections and votes of confidence. Abadi.
1 minute opening statement, 2 minute pooled questioning, 1 minute closing.
That's 1 minute pooled, 1 minute opening statements, 2 minutes pooled question period, and 1 minute closing statement. I'll need a seconder. Al-Shabi? Sorry? You have an amendment. I'll need a seconder first to consider the motion. If there's no seconder, okay, Salim, would the mover please speak to it?
Yeah, these were the same parameters we had before, just continuing in the same style or precedent as we did with the previous elections.
Seconder, anything to add?
I feel good about it.
Would anyone else like to speak at this time? Al-Shabi.
I would like to make an amendment. I propose that the closing statements be 30 seconds instead. I feel like those can get really repetitive, especially considering the low number of students present.
This is an amendment for the 1 minute opening, 2 minutes pooled question period, and 1 minute closing down to 30 seconds for closing statements. I'll need a seconder. It's Chung. Would the mover please speak to the amendment?
So yeah, the closing statements can be a bit longer than needed when it's 1 minute.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing else.
Would anyone else like to speak to the proposed amendment on the floor? It's moved by Al-Shabi, seconded by Chung, that the Assembly amend the parameters to be 1 minute opening, 2 minutes for pooled questions, and 30 seconds for closing statements. All those in favor of the amendment? Unanimous. The amendment has been approved. Are there any other subsequent amendments to be made? Seeing as there are none, it is moved by Abadi, seconded by Salim, that the Assembly impose 1 minute for opening statements, 2 minutes pooled questioning, and 30 seconds for closing statements as amended. All those in favor of the parameters? Unanimous. Thank you. Moving right into it. Let's get this done. Okay, so we'll go in sequential order. Clubs Advisory Committee will be Ram.
Oh, sorry. No, never mind.
Clubs Advisory Council, Bamuri, Kazmi, Zhang, Mohamud, Chung, Lachman, and Kara. Please come to the front if you are present.
You guys go?
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You go run that off. This one's Clubs Advisory.
No.
We're
like orange. Okay.
No, I can't see that. I can't see that.
Their nomination for.
Oh, okay.
But then there's. Oh well, whatever.
It's
okay. Anyway. Yes, so I came in with the. You get four? I came in with yes, and then I was like, you know what?
It's five.
I'm like looking into doing something.
Hold them.
Like, I look into just like so it has a lot of but I still like that's not what partially went with it up until I third year-ish, and then I decided
In EB, I got an EB. I think I just did like unified.
so many that are from me now. That's so fair. I don't know. I'll have to see. Like I know I'm not. I booked my MCAT last September, but then I with
Off and on days.
Okay, we are now going to be operating the election for the Clubs Advisory Council. Candidates will have 1 minute to deliver their opening statements. We'll go in alpha order as always. Chung, you can go whenever you're ready.
Hi guys. So I haven't served on the Clubs Advisory Council before, but I have served on the Clubs Appeal Board, which is kind of the board that comes after the Clubs Advisory Council when there's kind of disputes. So I'm pretty familiar with like a lot of the bylaws and regulating the clubs and like kind of like the intricacies of how those clubs are like regulated and like how they interact with the school and the MSU and all of those kinds of different structures. And over the years on the SRA, I've seen like different club ratifications, de-ratifications. I've been a part of like those processes and in those meetings, and we've talked about like how important clubs are to the school. And I think that clubs are just a really good way for us to get involved, and they're one of the key parts of the MSU that I think makes McMaster special. And like in a lot of other schools, they're regulated by the university, but I think we have like a really unique opportunity here at the MSU.
Thank you. Cora.
Hi, I'm Rashia Cora. I'm going into my 5th year of commerce, and some experience that I have for this role is that I served as a club advisory council member and in my high school for 2 years, and I know all that goes into selecting a club and club applications, and I know how to be objective and represent the student body in like a broader community versus my own opinions, and I know what a successful club looks like and how to differentiate between something that's idealistic versus something that's, realistic and that someone would actually join. And I know how to deliver good and bad news both. And I will be as objective, and I will be very, I'll pay attention to detail, and nothing would go, away from my attention. And I will make sure that any club that's deserving would get a seat. Thank you.
Kazmi.
Hi, everyone, and my name is Mohammed. The reason I'm running for this is I'm very passionate about clubs. It has a huge impact on me in my university life. And I think that just everyone in McMaster should get involved with at least one. And the best way to make sure that everyone has a place that they can go to and meet new people and have new experiences is to have a strong advisory council that can kind of review and look after the clubs. I'm in the McMaster Student Association, and I've also had lengthy discussions with the president and with the Middle Eastern Student Association, so I have insight from an internal perspective on a lot of the logistics and organizational aspects. So I think I can carry a lot of that over into this as well.
Lachman.
Hi. So, in my experience, I have not served on the Club's Advisory Council. However, I've served on OPERG as a board of directors, and they have recently gone through their own process of being reinstated. And both in the role as with OPERG and just personally, I have seen and helped people navigate through the club's application process and seen the club's ratification process. So, in both of these experiences, I would say that I have a pretty good understanding of the bylaws and how the club ratification process works. And then also just, I think that the clubs are important. and I had something else to say and I can't remember. So that's it.
Mohamud's statement is visible online. Murray.
Hey everyone, so I would like to take the chance to be a part of Club Advisory Council, as clubs are really a main crucial role making part in our university life, because we really associate with all the events, celebrations, and the interaction with most of our peers through the club events. And me personally, when I came here in my first year, I interacted with most of the cultural clubs, and in my second year I went interacting with the technical clubs like ACE, Delta Hacks, and Robo clubs. So I had like both fair amount of experience in the technical and cultural aspect in the ground up level. And regarding the administrative level, I had found a club in my high school regarding the math, and also I had been a club advisory council member in my high school back in India. So I have experience regarding how ratification process and everything works, alongside with the experience with the club member and club presidency level opportunities and experiences.
And Zhang's statement is visible online as well. That concludes the opening statement period. We're now going to go into pooled question. With 5 members present, that is a pooled period of 10 minutes. I will begin a speakers list as soon as the first question is asked. I'll start the timer when the first question is asked, and I will take a speakers list. Are there any questions for Aurora? You can go ahead.
Yeah, just as a general thing, like, what do you think your favorite experience with the club is so far, whether like as part of the team or just going to an event or anything like that?
We'll start with Chung.
I think some of my favorite events have been put on by SPHR. Although, like, I think like one of them that was kind of a joint with like MSA and MISA a couple of years was like the Al-Quds Bazaar, and they brought in like a lot of different vendors, and they had kind of like educational booths as well. And so I think like it was a really great way to kind of mix the different elements of clubs that are available at this university, and so they can provide kind of like a cultural introduction, and like also but something more recreational like food, and then also getting into like education and social issues. And I think it's really a great opportunity to mix the different kinds of clubs that we have and integrate them to have like a really full experience for the students.
I'm a part of DMA, which is the Group Marketing Association this year. I love numbers. It's very cheesy, but I love numbers. And this year I am their CFO. And I just love hearing about what they have in mind and like putting that into like perspective in terms of a budget. So I know like, you know, what budgets look like, and, you know, like how much effort goes into, you know, like making a budget, submitting it, you know, like getting approvals. And it's just like amazing how, you know, like how many fresh ideas we have as like a community, not just like commerce students, just like everyone. I can just like speak from like a commerce perspective, but I just like love being a part of, you know, like making that come into reality this year. Thank you.
For me, the best part is seeing the outcome and the impact that it has on people. So earlier this year in Ramadan, I was a part of organizing an iftar in the hub, and we had over 500 people in that specific night, and it was so many new faces that usually would not attend an event like that. And just seeing people like interact with each other, make new friends. I personally met like 5 to 6 people at that night as well. So for me, that's the most important thing, that what people take away like socially and emotionally as well.
Lachman.
I was going to say that my favorite experience with the club was the MSA iftar that I attended. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I have 2 particular experiences. First thing, I'm a foodie, so I go to most of the food events of the clubs. So when I came here, like I attended the iftar event with my Middle Eastern friends, and also I attended the many cultural events when I missed like South Indian food. And second thing is the networking event hosted by FMSA and ACE. Like I had a chance to meet like really good people and like alumni out of the MAC who gave me like really good insights of the industry.
Abadi?
Yeah, so one of the important roles of the Club's Advisory Council is to review and ratify new club applications. My question is, how would you navigate any potential conflicts of interest if, let's say, your friend, classmates apply for a new club application?
Begin with Cara.
Yeah. So this is not something that's new to me. I know like when one of my friends was like applying for like VP positions, I, stated that I do have a conflict of interest. Like the first step is recognizing that you have like a conflict of interest, and the second step is managing it. So obviously, like I said before, I maintain objectivity, and this is what I learned from being in a similar council in high school. Objectivity is like not something that could be like learned easily. It's like it has to be like innate to you, and that I feel like is like something that I carry with me throughout all my experiences. And I would like literally put the SRA's intentions and what we stand for on the table, and I would advocate for what we stand for collectively versus like my own personal opinions, because I feel like that shouldn't hold someone back from like having a club, and someone should have a club because they deserve it, not because like I stand against or for it. So I would be very objective.
For me, the ethics is a huge part of it. So almost like every day, I kind of look back and think about all the things that I've done today, what I could have done better. And I've been in situations before, in elections and in situations where I was a part of, where I was a lead, and I had to pick the team members that would be under me, and my friends were there, of course, and same thing goes for the elections. And you really have a responsibility to do right by the organization that you're working with, and really go with the people who are best for the job rather than who you know. And I think it can be tough to fight that bias, but as long as you have that conscious that you have to just keep it in mind, I think that really helps to be able to be more analytical.
Yeah, I don't think that there's necessarily a problem with trying to manage your bias, but obviously if you're in a position of power where you have the ability to make decisions, then you can always take a step back. I remember when OPIRG was being put up for referendum, I am a member of the board of directors of OPIRG, and I was an SRA member, and I sat out of I abstained, and I sat out of the discussion, and I didn't vote because I felt that there was a conflict of interest there.
Can you repeat the question once again?
Yeah, so one important role of the Club Advisory Council is to ratify and review new club applications. How would you navigate any potential conflicts of interest if, let's say, a friend of yours applied for a new club application?
Yeah, like this recalls a situation from a high school. As I said, I had been an advisor over there. So one of the clubs, they had tried to create it as like a robotics club, but they wanted to do like a sumo wrestling competition with the robots, which are like two things. It is out of the school's scope, and second thing, it is a bit against the school's guidelines regarding violence and provocations. So we had to like strictly oppose the club, though it's my best friends. And personally, I'm a big fan of electronics and technology. In spite of that, I had to go against because the rules comes first over the personal choices, and being objective and like rule oriented is something I would really value.
I think the first step is really important, and that first step is disclosure. Through disclosure, what you can do is you can work with the rest of your team and manage to have like a discussion and like analyze the rules and whatever process you're going through with the club, and work through that with the people around you. But I think if you don't have that first step of disclosure, then the people around you aren't there to kind of check you. And I think what you have to do is remember that it's kind of a team process, and that ultimately like you're one vote. But if you're not like open about what like conflicts you have or what biases you have, then you're going to skew the discussion and you're going to kind of mislead people. But if you don't, but once you kind of disclose and you talk with people, you enable them to call you out and check your biases, and so that you're not just relying on yourself, because you can kind of miss and it can be tempting to fall into those biases. But you have to rely on the people around you to help check you and be open and receptive to that, and just be working as kind of part of a team.
Sharma.
My question's been answered.
Al-Shabi.
Many of you are currently members in certain clubs. When there's a conflict of interest, would you eventually lobby for for privileges in the favor of your club or remain unbiased? How would you manage conflict of interest?
Kazmi.
So I think a lot of the things that we mentioned in this previous question would apply as well. I think what was mentioned about disclosure, because you're working with team and you're working with other people, it would be really important to make note of that. And again, also, if you do feel that you have personal inclinations, you can always just kind of set that one out.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything that has been said, and I agree with what Finn said about disclosure. But I also like, if you're in a club and you're and you think that like you should be advocating for your club, it is like if it's biased, like you can't really say anything. That is a thing where I'd say you'd have to sit it out, right? You can't be if you can't be objective, then you can't really like you shouldn't be the one deciding.
Murray.
In this aspect, I would like to quote the statement from previous VP Finance during our training. He mentioned when we spend a budget, we need to make sure we are answerable to the all MSU members. And I strongly believe it also applies for the decisions we make. So when we make any decisions, it should not be personally biased. It should be completely procedure and rules oriented. And regardless if it's the club I'm part of or not part of, I would strictly follow the procedures because I'm answerable to all the co-members of SRA and all the MSU members. So it should be beneficiary for everybody.
John.
I think objectivity is something we all kind of want to strive for. But I think it's also important to recognize that we all kind of exist on like a spectrum of biases, and we all come from different places, and we construct our understandings differently. And so the goal is not to pretend that all of us are kind of blank slates, because we're not. It's to have kind of open dialogue about where you come from and where your perspectives come from, so people can understand what your biases are and where they are, and you can kind of come to an understanding collectively. But I think if you kind of obstruct that view and you attempt to become this like blank slate, you kind of are misunderstanding how we all come to our understandings about things, and you're misunderstanding about how people have kind of natural inherent biases that just come with the way you've lived and the different experiences that you've had in life.
Cara.
For this answer, I think we need to take a step back. I believe that whatever clubs we're a part of, whatever committees we're a part of, they all fall under MSU and not the other way around. We're all, at the end of the day, representatives of MSU and not just our clubs. That's just like a minute part of it. They are important, like every club is important. They play their own roles. But at the end of the day, it's important that you stand for all of these students. No one should benefit or, have a lack of benefit just because you know them or you don't know them. At the end of the day, we need to represent what everyone wants to the best of our abilities. Like, of course, like we cannot, go to each and every person, but like we need to follow like a consensus. And we need to have, like a full disclosure in place. Like Dylan said, like if you have a conflict of interest, try to abstain from it and like disclose it versus like, being persnickety about it or like being sneaky about it. And I feel like that's very unethical. And at the end of the day, it's about representing MSU as a whole. And we're just like lucky to be a part of it. And it's not up to us to like, advantage or disadvantage someone because they're not related to us. Thanks.
We are now moving into closing statements. 1 minute per candidate. We'll go in alpha order reverse. Zhang provided his statement and it's available online, but Murray will deliver his statement now.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening to all of us. And as we were mentioning, everybody like are on the same mark, to be honest. And we like majorly, like personally, and like all together, we value the rules-based order for the club committee and any of the committees we are representing. And that is what we are like trying to stick to. And thank you so much.
Mahmood has provided their statement and it's accessible online. Lutchman.
Yeah, thank you for listening to me. I think like we were all elected on platforms. I think it's our job to execute these platforms, and I think that in this role is a place where I would be able to effectively carry out some of the values and themes that I put forth on my platform when I first ran for SRA.
Kazmi, sorry.
I don't have much to add. I just want to say that this is one of the few things that stood out to me and I was very interested in. So I think I would put a lot of my effort and my attention into it. And yeah, I hope to do a good job at it.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know like I don't participate a lot. That does not mean that I don't listen. I'm much of a listener, and I feel like that would make me a good candidate for this position because you need to register everything that's going on, not just like speak, speak, speak. You need to answer and ask like important questions, and I feel like I'll do that amazingly. And I also believe that clubs are essential part of what makes McMaster McMaster. That's like the first thing, or like one of the two things that I went for when I was applying to McMaster, and that is what essentially like, differentiates us from other schools. And I would be honored to partake in a process that ratifies clubs. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you guys for your time. This is really a position that I'm passionate about, and the role of clubs and how clubs really contribute to student life. And I just think I have kind of the experience and the knowledge necessary to do like a good job and really do this role justice.
All right, so that concludes our closing statement period. The ballots will be distributed. They are, it's not a ranked ballot, and there are 5 open seats, so please list up to 5 names. Less. You not put your own name on the ballot, you not put more than 5 names on the ballot. You can vote no confidence or abstain.
Just get everyone to introduce them, like, to say their names again.
While I'm passing these out, can each candidate just announce their, like, either just their last name or their first name for the room?
Shashwant Vaimuri, VEMU.
Can we just write their last name?
Arshia Kaura, Kaura.
Mohammed Kazmi, Kazmi.
Dylan Lutchman, Lutchman.
Clara, Kazmi, Lutchman.
Wait,
No, which
the guy
this
with the
brown
craft
one.
I don't know why they always let me have the mic. That's never a good idea.
Clara,
They should never let me have.
Are as follows. These are the members who will be joining the Club's Advisory Council for the year. Chung, Kara, Kazmi, Lachman, and Vamuri. Congratulations. Moving on to the EFORT Advisory Committee, the nominees are Mohamud and Wang. For those present, please come to the front. We'll begin with opening statements. Mohamud has provided their statement and is available virtually. Wang, you have 1 minute whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I think I would like to start off with a quote. They say that health is wealth, essentially. So you can have all sorts of like material things, like GPA, income, money, but all of that essentially means nothing when your health is at stake. So to me, like healthcare is like a very important aspect to essentially just like, and I feel like it should be everyone's priority. And I want to sit on this committee as to advocate for, making sure that EFORT is like this central service is making sure that all of our students, stay healthy in the case of an emergency. It's ensuring that their lives are well cared for. And I want to do my best to ensure that this service is well running, and efficient.
We're now going to go into our pooled question period. There is one candidate present, so the time period is 2 minutes. I'll start a speakers list and start the timer when the first question is asked, if there are any, and if not, we will go to closing statements. Mahmoud?
What makes you want this position?
So as I said before, I feel like I have a lot of, in the past in high school, I was part of HOSA, like Future Healthcare Professionals. And I feel like that taught me kind of how healthcare is really not just, a sole endeavor. In order to create like healthier populations, we all kind of need each other. We need the opinions and advice of a variety of different people, which is why I feel like sitting on EFORT committee would be a great way to do that, because you're not just, on your own, but you have, the EFORT board of directors as well. And so I feel like being able to work with these sort of diverse voices would really help make EFORT the best version it could be. Also in high school, I worked on a mini medical book project. So in there, we talked about like the importance of healthy eating for children. And I think that was my first experience with, public health and improving healthcare to a broad population. And it was a really like good experience for me. And I want to bring that forward, to here, because that was in high school.
34 seconds on the clock. Any questions? Okay, we are moving now into our 1 minute closing statement. You can, 30 seconds. Wang, go ahead.
Wait, was it 30 seconds?
Sorry. 30 seconds. You're right, 30 seconds. Thank you. 30 seconds, Olivia, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so thank you for listening. I know that I can do a really good job in fulfilling this role. I know how hard the EFORT works every day. Like, I even considered like applying to be on EFORT. However, I didn't have like enough the first aid, and I couldn't like make the times.
Thank you.
So
Ismail provided her statement is accessible virtually. We'll now distribute the ballots. There's a single seat available, so only write one name or write none.
I don't think it was this man. It was
Sorry, Mohamud. Sorry, it was Mohamud. So please write one name. It's Mohamud or Wang, or you can write no confidence.
Oh,
You can abstain.
I think he was the first one.
Do not write your own name on the ballot. Do not write more than one name on the ballot.
Wang?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They're ruining it. This is so annoying.
I donated my
What did tropical seeds?
He's not here.
But they're let me you wonder such a way.
The results are as follows. Wang is the Preferred Advisory Committee member. Moving on. This is elections. We have Scott, Mohamud, and Bulka. Those present, please come to the front.
How many seats?
Sorry, 3.
It's not me.
So while there are 3 candidates, we still need to run a vote of confidence as per bylaw.
Oh, vote of confidence, okay.
Body.
I can explain the bylaw just for everyone's information. There are 3 specific committees that have to go to election regardless of how many candidates there are. That is elections, club advisory council, and executive board. So that's what we're going to the election right now.
There's
We'll have the. What am I talking about? We are now going to go into opening statements. It is 1 minute per candidate, and then we will go into our 2 minutes of pools questioning, and then 30 seconds for a closing statement. We will have Bulka. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isabella, and after serving the previous year on Elections Committee, I found that it does play a very crucial role here at McMaster. So the way that you see everybody here in this room and our VPs and all the people in First Year Council and as well the presidential elections, the Elections Committee does play a crucial role in the behind the scenes that goes into electing and going through the candidates that are putting themselves out there to be a part of these important positions here at McMaster. And it does play a crucial role in knowing how we can read between the lines and interpret how these candidates are authentic, and as well whether they have an important role and whether they can serve that important role through the positions that they have or the things that they run for here at McMaster. And I think it's important because it has a lot of contributions, such as being able to read between the fine lines that come with the bylaws that you have to interpret as you are going through and potentially finding some
Thank
candidate.
you. Mohamud provided a statement which is available online. Scott?
Hi, everyone. I'm Colin. I have not served on elections committee before, but I want to bring a new perspective as well as trying to be able to interpret the bylaws in as neutral and unbiased way as possible. But as well, I think since all of us went through an election, we saw that it was kind of disorganized last year, not at the fault of the elections committee, but communication wasn't the best. And I think that's a priority that we need to bring into this new year.
Okay, that concludes our opening period. We'll now go into our pooled question period. There are 2 candidates present, so that is a total of 4 minutes for questions. I'll take a speakers list and begin the timer when the first question is asked. Abadi?
Yeah, so my question is, how will you ensure to maintain impartiality if you join this committee?
We'll begin with Bulka.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I noticed last year that was very consistent on our committee was being able to bring your ideas openly and know that you don't hold any biases when you're listening to what other people have to say on the committee, because you do interpret these rules, and while these meetings do last a long time, it is attributed to how long we actually interpret these rules and respect our opinions when it comes to seeing the fine lines of whether one rule applies to a candidate or whether one rule applies to another candidate, and having to go back and forth and see the certain things of whether these rules are applicable to all candidates. So I think it's important to be able to discuss with the committee that you have and see how you all can come to an unbiased conclusion to what you want to do for that certain candidate that's been, or that you're reviewing per se. So I think it's just about also remaining impartial but being respectable when you're doing so.
Scott?
Thanks for the question. I think it's really important to be impartial in the elections committee and all the committees that we've ran elections for today. We have 5 MSU members on the elections committee, something like that. We can discuss with them, we can communicate with everyone to see what's going on and avoid those biases, but we can lean on those MSU members and abstain from voting and take a step back if our personal emotions get in the way of things.
Nishaharan?
What is one thing you would improve or do better this year compared to last year's election?
Scott?
I think I spoke on this in my introduction, but definitely communication. In my presidential election, I had requests where I sent an email asking for something to be approved. They either got back to me like a week later after the event had passed, or they ignored it. And I think communication is one big thing that we need to focus on.
Bulka?
I think that's really important what you bring up, actually, Scott, knowing that you're on the other end and you get to see what happens from the side that doesn't come from elections committee, and knowing that we also could have potentially improved on that situation when we were on our own end for committees. But I think communication especially is an important key, and as well, maybe being a little bit more direct, but of course being respectable, and as well having a bit more transparency. Because I know these meetings go on for a long time discussing the details that go into reviewing the candidates and the appeals that they bring into the committee, but as well, in order to make it more efficient and, you know, be on time with the way that we talk to candidates and get their appeals, I think being able to tell or speak amongst our committee a little bit more directly would potentially help with the efficiency of getting back to candidates or the people that are being elected for a certain elections per se.
We have 49 seconds on the clock. Are there any questions? We'll go into our 30-second closing statement period. And Scott will lead whenever you're ready.
So I don't really have much more to add, but she did bring up transparency. I think transparency is another big thing that we can highlight. I'm sure all of you are familiar with a certain tape incident, and we can avoid that together by being better in terms of communication and transparency about rules.
Mohammed submitted a statement and is accessible online. Bulka?
Thank you all so much for listening for the little statements that we had to say. I think whoever else is going to sit on here in terms of elections committee will do their job as is, and we hope to also improve all the concerning details that we could have done better last year, and as well bring in some new ideas that we will want to see going further with the elections committee altogether. But I'm sure that everyone that will be here will do their best to make the committee better altogether. So thank you.
Okay. Balance will be distributed. And this committee has 3 seats. So this is a vote of confidence. So you can write the names of those who you have confidence in. If you do not have confidence in a candidate, you'll write their name and write no confidence beside their name. Otherwise, just list their name, and we'll accept that as you have confidence in the nominee. And then I will put the names up for you. You can abstain. You cannot put any more than 3 names on the ballot. You cannot put your own name on the ballot.
Oh, thank you so
much.
I thought it was just one to be on. Thank you.
That's such a neon.
Can I just write all?
Yeah.
We do all our hiring April. By the end of April. And
How many other communities are
So again, write your name to get confidence for them.
I'll second that. Oh, careful there, buddy. You don't keep getting this. I'll go
Will it come to order? The results are as follows. Isabel Boca, Bam Mohamud, and Colin Scott all successfully acquired confidence. Moving on. We are at first year council. The candidates are Ismail and Al-Shabi. Wang.
Can I amend the parameters to remove closing statement?
I thought he completed it. Where did he? Okay, got it. Ready? I want to see a flip right here. Everybody hold up like the placards.
Or like time allotted equals 0 minutes
Is that the remainder?
for closing statement?
No, it's not. Sorry, that's the ECG. Just trying to
We're going to put the assembly at ease.
Wait, don't you have to like ask?
So we're just inquiring about whether you can do that or not. So once we have a decision, I'll let you know. We're putting the assembly at ease while we figure this out.
How about 0.001?
They have to see if they can do it.
In the wrong.
So we're seeing if we're able to do it technically, because it's already been adopted and passed, and we've been operating under these parameters. So now we need to see if it's allowed.
Oh, okay, got it.
My laptop's 500 people closing. Thank you.
So we added
It's one leg, right?
juice. Shut up, Art.
I was about to say.
Mine's orange juice.
Salim had point of information. It was a bad take, and then she made a little bit.
Get some rest. Just like prepare yourself mentally.
Okay, so the answer is no. Now that parameters have been set and adopted, we can't change them midway through an election process. It would create an unfair atmosphere for the remainder of the elections. Okay, everybody, let's come back. We're going to start with our 1-minute opening statements. Ismail provided a statement which is accessible online. Al-Shabi, you can go ahead when you're ready.
First year council is the first place where students can get engaged in the student body. And in that light, I'm going to be having an interactive statement, so feel free to join. So, you can just join in the stretches if you'd like. First year council and being part of that service is going to allow you to help out where needed. I'm sorry, I actually can't stretch and talk at the same time. Right now, I'm actually working with the first year council coordinator to ensure better transparency in the roles and how they're being implemented. Some of you may know I was Vice Chair External last year, and there are some issues in what the role description is. So right now we're working on the implementation of 2 separate roles for Vice Chair External and Vice Chair Promotions. That's one thing we're working on, and I'm currently working with Omar, the current coordinator, on multiple advancements to the First Year Council and how we can implement it in following years.
Thank you. We're now going to go into our pooled question period. There's 1 candidate present, so we'll have 2 minutes. I'll take a speakers list and start the timer when the first question's asked. If there are no questions, we will go to closing. Ismail provided a statement which is accessible online. Al-Shabi, you can go ahead.
So I'm currently working on such things, and having this role will allow me to pursue this work further and make sure I'm better fit to be providing the correct support to the council, obviously from an advisory standpoint and an observer standpoint rather than an active member. And I would like to do so without overtaking and just from the sidelines, but still pushing them in the right direction to make sure student voices are heard, enabled, and the first year council is doing their job the way they do it best. Thank you.
There is 1 seat on first year council, so please write one name. If you write more than one name, the ballot spoils. If you write your name on it, the ballot is spoiled. It was Ismail and Bobby for this election.
Yeah.
You can vote no confidence and you can abstain.
Ah, man, I dropped it.
My name is Octavio.
Ready? I'm gonna
Thank
write
you.
Do you guys just have like an online portal? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Wait, should I
Wait, can you take a step? Cooperative or wrote like a biography.
Okay.
I got mine. I'm 4 for 4. No, wait, no. After John's, like, we go a step back. No, you're eliminated.
You don't even know how fast I can do a report.
His name was Henry. His name was Henry. I'm not listening. I'm not following the rules of Henry. This is crazy. No, sorry. This is actually.
The results are as follows. The member of the first year council is going to be Al-Shabi. Was acclaimed, so we are now moving to the Information Technology Student Advisory Committee. This is the University UTS department. This has one seat. Nominees are Mohamud and Patel. I'll ask those present to come to the front. Mohamud's opening statement is available online. And Patel, you can begin when you're ready for your opening statement.
Okay, so I know technology impacts students in many ways, from digital platforms to software access and other digital services. And as a computer science major myself, I think I would bring a valuable asset to this committee because I can see from the perspective of a student while still contributing my skills as a computer science student. Thank you.
We'll now go into our pooled question period. There's one candidate present, so that's a 2-minute period. I will take a speakers list and start the timer when the first question is asked. Abadi.
What's your favorite programming language?
I would say my favorite programming language is Python because it was the first one I learned. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Sharma?
Do you have any innovative strategies that you want to bring to this committee?
Innovative strategies, I would say I'm always like working on new projects, so I would just contribute those ideas to the community myself. Mainly just providing my student perspective as there's only one seat.
Any other questions? Hello. Closing statements. Mohamud's statement is available and accessible online. You'll have 30 seconds, Patel, whenever you're ready.
Technology is obviously a huge part of students' experiences, so I hope I can make it better. Thank you.
There is one seat available for this committee, and so please only put one name or abstain or, yeah, do not put your name on it.
What committee?
Actually, thank you. Who else is running, or is there no?
This is me and
I was curious to see if the person and he spoke with
Salma.
Oh, that's a rare one.
Okay, I think
That's all right.
we got a
Rare
Everything. Yo, I just realized we did.
He knows games.
Forget all my old memories.
Leah, you want to go first?
Yeah, you ready?
If it's between, if it's for
Yes.
not being able to make.
Wait.
Oh, you too.
Absolutely. I
Remove that.
relearning everything with.
Wait, I just realized your initials. Your initials were
Off the eye, off the backboard.
But like the I folded it, and I didn't finish like making the plane, so you literally
folded it late.
What I forget to put the camera down.
Yeah.
mind your business.
Nonchalant in SRAs because.
Oh, so like cherish
So-
them?
Oh,
well, like the things that like my favorite.
This guy's chicken.
I can read
learning instruction. Yeah, this is fine.
Let's keep on keeping on. The results are as follows. For the Information Technology Student Advisory University Committee, Patel. Abadi.
Yeah, I motion to recess for 30 minutes. Our full-time staff require a break after a certain amount of time, and we're hitting that time.
Sorry. Seconder. Movers, please speak to it.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, so we need to ensure that the full-time staff get a break.
Second or anything to add?
Part-time staff too.
Part-time staff too. This is not debatable. It is amendable, however. Okay. Moved by Abadi, seconded by Scott, that the assembly recess for 30 minutes. All those in favor?
All those in favor?
All those in favor?
If you're not in favor, leave your placard down.
This is, yeah, they have a complaint.
Where are we going?
Yeah. Yeah. I think for
They voted it down. Does that mean like we have to contact them?
well, it's a labor code violation, yeah. But I don't know.
We're getting sued.
Rankin, we can host.
No more money.
All those opposed? Any abstentions wishing to be noted? We are on recess till 5:38.
Are you actually serious? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have to go from the group really good.
Yeah, it works really well.
Especially we're in
Oh, that's mine. I don't know how much. Oh, because I was gonna go to the
Okay,
room.
we are coming back to order.
Main office door.
I will do it.
So I was like,
all the wrong.
Be safe from the mics.
Put it at me.
You do not want to have two mics.
Put both the mics at me. Left channel, right channel. We're gonna do ASMR.
No, no.
Yeah, yeah,
Abdullah.
She tried to do it.
Ahmed.
Here.
Great
Al-Shabi.
Here.
Aurora.
Here.
Volka.
Here.
Chang.
Here.
Abadi.
Here.
Who?
Here.
Queen. Ismail. Cora. Cosme. Loganova.
Here.
Lachman.
Here.
Mahmood.
Here.
Mahmood. McLean. Mir. Mohammed. Mohamud. Nishaharan.
Here.
Olakasusi. Patel.
Here.
Ram.
Here.
Salim. Scott.
Here.
Sharma.
Here.
Vijeda.
Share pictures.
Tremblay. Murray.
Here.
Wang. Yang.
Here.
Zhang.
It's so beautiful. Okay, actually, I don't know.
Oh, you know what?
There were like posters and had like fairy lights. And there's like years and years of stuff. No, they took it all. It's like blank and ugly.
Okay. We enjoy the elections.
Sweet.
What you say is how you think. Remember that.
I do two of those.
Last year when
Yes, that was the one that DC wrote to the election committee.
Okay, moving right along, we are going into the Interfaith Council election. There is one seat, and our nominees are Ahmed and Sharma. Those present, please come to the front.
You're out. No, wait, no.
Okay, we will now have our opening statements delivered. We'll go in alpha order. Ahmed, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I know everyone's tired, so I'll try and keep this short. But to start, the Interfaith Council has had a huge impact on me personally. I'm a commuter, so when I come to university, like I stay at university, and personally, my faith is really important to me, and it's a source of comfort for me when I'm away from home. As a Muslim, like I pray 5 times a day, and the Interfaith Council having the faith and prayer areas is something I use all the time. And also being with the Muslim Student Association, I work to instill that faith in different areas around McMaster. So with the council, I hope to not just spread that for my own personal faith, but also have that reflected in all of McMaster's diverse student faiths and spirituality, and kind of extend the comfort that I felt that the council has given to me, and the work that other people at the council have done, and extend that to everybody so that they can find the kind of same experience that I did. Yeah, thank you.
Sharma.
Hello, everyone. I'm running for the Interfaith Council because of many reasons. Firstly, faith has also always been a strong part of my life. I've been a lifelong Hindu, and I've joined many of the organizations like Hindu Student Association, where I kind of got to understand how faith is kind of represented here at McMaster, and it's definitely something that I want to pursue more. I feel like with my as AVP Equity and Advocacy, being in positions like the Interfaith Council, I can collaborate and I can actually understand kind of what goes on behind the scenes in representing faith here at McMaster. I want to collaborate with different organizations like the Muslim Student Association, the Hindu Student Association, and kind of develop like a holistic perspective of what faith looks like at McMaster. And yeah, I feel
Thank
like
you.
joining.
We're now going into our pooled question period. This is for those present. That's 4 minutes in total. I'll start the speakers list once the first question's asked. Sorry, I'll start the timer when the first question's asked, and then I'll entertain a speakers list. And Al-Shabi.
What are some actions you plan to take to make sure that the spaces are being shared fairly and equally between people of various faiths and to prevent any conflicts from occurring?
Ahmed.
Yeah, that's a great question. Personally, I use the prayer and faith spaces like several times a day. And something I've noticed is that usually they're used by Muslims primarily because we have to pray so many times a day. But something I'd love for the council to work on is to get more diverse faiths in there because not many people know that the prayer spaces aren't open to just Muslims, so like anyone who wants to use them. And I think the first step would definitely be promoting them more on social media. I'm not sure if the Interfaith Council has a social media, but that would be my first step. And the next thing would be to have more interfaith dialogues. That's an actionable step I want to take because I think that we should treat faith-based clubs kind of like cultural clubs because they represent the diversity at McMaster. And like I said, they can be a source of peace for a lot of students away from home. So I think having more interfaith dialogues and being open about what is available at McMaster for students to take, like those prayer spaces and those clubs like MSA and Hindu Student Association would be like a step that I would take and promote on social media.
Sharma.
Yeah, firstly, I agree. I feel like a big part of this is kind of just like making sure that every faith is represented at these different centers at McMaster. But I think one thing I would fall back upon would be like some of the policies and some of the kind of the governance that went into the creation of these different spaces. I feel like they give me a good understanding of like what these spaces were meant to be used for, and obviously since it is a multi-faith center, falling back on the policies that had some like rigor developed with them, and that like took some time to develop, kind of encompassed everyone's perspectives would be something good to fall back on. So I definitely stick to policy and kind of see what is lacking in policy, like if maybe there's an overrepresentation, if there's an underrepresentation, and address that accordingly.
What does an appropriate policy look like to you?
Sharma?
Yeah. So, like off the top of my head, I don't know the specific multi-faith policies, but
How would you envision it?
to me, I feel like it would be a place where all faiths, can visit and not be at risk of unnecessary like discrimination. Just a place that everyone could use and everyone can represent their faith in. Keeping it simple like that. Yeah.
I think for me, since Interfaith Council is like directly a meeting of all of the faith council heads, the biggest thing would be reviewing how the spaces are used and if there's anything needed. Like one of the things, for example, that I noticed in the prayer spaces like around last year was that there was some more additions for like different kinds of tools that different faiths needed, as opposed to like, just the prayer rugs that, Muslims usually use. And I thought that was great. And I believe that that was directly a result of those council faith heads talking and saying that, oh, these faiths need more of their religion like represented in these rooms. So I think regularly, one of the things that I think would be good to implement in the policy would be kind of an actual feedback form for the prayer spaces. Like that's something I could use personally. And I believe like Mac MSA has that, but expanding that to the actual prayer spaces themselves, like a QR code on the back, and reviewing those student feedbacks regularly and implementing anything that's needed in the interfaith council meetings would be a policy that I would make.
Okay, that is time. We will now go into our closing statements. We will go in reverse alpha order. Sharma will go.
Yeah, as I said, I feel like stepping into this new position and being in places like the Interfaith Council gives me a more diverse, holistic perspective to come at. Honestly speaking, like I don't know everything about these different positions that I'm stepping into, but the whole point of me, running for the Interfaith Council and for these different opportunities is to develop a holistic perspective and to learn more about these things. I think.
Ahmed.
Yeah, I think Aditya said it perfectly. Honestly, I really want to take this role as a learning opportunity because I realized that like my perspective on faith is limited to just myself, and I want to, as an SRA member, I want to represent students not only in their academic or by their faculties, but also by their diverse identities. And for me, I think that Interfaith Council could be a huge learning step alongside intertwining my own experiences that I've had with faith already. So yeah.
Okay. The ballots will now be distributed. This Interfaith Council has one seat, so please list one name. Do not put your own name on the ballot. Do not put more than one name on the ballot. You can list no confidence. You can list abstain. That's it.
I'm getting tired of writing this name on it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So, the results are as follows. The Interfaith Council person is Ahmed. We're now moving on to the MSU Information Technology Advisory Committee. This has one seat. We have Vamuri and Mohamud for the nominations. Mohamud's statement is online for you to view, and Vamuri will deliver their 1-minute opening statement.
Everybody, you all know me, I'm Shashwin Emuri. So I'm basically from Eng faculty. So essentially technology is like a part of me. It's not like exaggeration to say that. And on top of that, I have experience working with many IT services back in India and even till now. I had been like running a IT startup from more than 3 years, back from 2023 November. And it's called Devracon. You can like search up the website devracon.in to see the work. And the reason I'm bringing up my startup expertise is the IT services, MSU website, McMaster websites are first interaction between any upcoming students and the current students. So they being in a greater design, greater aspect is really crucial. And I can be a good advisor, I believe, regarding my design expertise and experiences to advocate for the upcoming students and the existing students for user interface, usability, and credibility of these services.
Thank you. We'll now go into a pooled question period. There's one candidate present, so that'll be 2 minutes. I'll start the timer when the first question is asked, and I'll take a speaker's list. Are there any questions? The body.
What's your favorite programming language?
I had to JavaScript and Python.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to closing statements. Marie will start us off. You'll have 30 seconds.
So thank you so much for listening. And my first goal, if I get elected, would be consulting all the current members and knowing about what are our design and aspect standards they are following and follow up according to the procedures. Thank you so much.
There's one seat for the ballots to be distributed. There's one seat for this committee. Please write one name. Don't write your name. Don't write more than one name. You can abstain your vote of confidence. Results are as follows. Eva Murray has won the seat on the MSU IT Advisory Committee. Moving on to the MSU Sustainability Education Committee, the nominees are Tejeda, Ying, Mohamud, and Mohammed. All those present, please come to the front.
Wait, sorry?
It's your turn.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
I was not
There's 3 people.
Okay. We'll begin.
Wait, can I say something? Please.
It'll count towards your opening statement.
Okay, wait, guys, I'm a little bit nervous, so can you all say on a count of 3, you'll be okay? 1, 2, 3.
You'll be okay.
Do I just keep going?
No. Okay, so Mohamud's statement is available online, as well as Mohammed's statement is also available online. Tejeda, you can continue now.
Thank you. So I'm pretty passionate about the sustainability world, and the one thing I admire about it, it's just such a tiny community, and I believe my experiences can show that I have effort in it. I have put effort into it. For example, for my HSAP group, we won Environmentalist of the Year that was hosted by the Naturalist Club and various conservation parks, as well as I volunteer at the greenhouse here, have taken a couple of sustainability courses, and even though I don't have all the alternatives for some of the unsustainable things I have, I do want to be willing to learn and educate myself and put on some more effort to research and learn the various ways that we can become better and more informed.
Ying?
Yeah, just going off that here, I think sustainability is a learning process for everybody. Nobody's perfect. And something that I really devote myself to is just trying to reduce the waste that I produce. And I have a very strong stance against overconsumption. And that's just an area of sustainability that I would love to be able to share more with the McMaster community. And, I have, a lot of initiatives, ideas in this area that I would love to achieve, whether that be, through this committee or elsewhere.
We're now going into our pooled question period. Since there are 2 candidates present, that means the pool time is 4 minutes. I'll take a speaker's list and start the time when the first question is asked. If there are no questions, we'll move to closing statements. Sharma.
What does sustainability mean to you?
Tejeda.
That's a good question. To me, it means being connected with the world, specifically from, like, if we acknowledge the indigenous community and how they prioritize how we grow our crops, how we cut them down, and how, like, it's not just the earth. Like, this earth is alive just like us, and we need to put effort, and we need to, make a stance on some of the issues that we have in this world. And I think, like, the environment, and I think that's, like, the number one thing that connects us all, because we are all here on this earth together.
That was so beautiful. To me, sustainability just means about trying to extend, like, basically what I'm saying is the circular economy is what comes to mind when I think of sustainability, because a lot of the way that the world works right now, there's just a lot of waste being produced and things just kind of going nowhere, and that's why we are in a climate crisis. So sustainability means me just trying to extend, the way things work. Makes sense.
Any other questions? We're going to closing statements. Mohammed and Mohamud's statements are available online, and we will start with Ying this time. You have 30 seconds.
All right. So as I was kind of reiterating, a lot of my passion for sustainability actually comes from Oakberg, and seeing how other universities have different initiatives that reduce waste, especially during moving time and changing new furniture with new people. And the free store at Oakberg was kind of the start to a lot of that, and I just want to bring that back to McMaster.
I also agree with that. And I think another one is definitely helping those nonprofit organizations that can't really recruit volunteers. For example, Nancy Hurst, who was presenting this past Climate Cafe event, I think even her, she's expressed so much emotion towards our organization and helping her get rid of invasive species. And I think that's important. It's there's a lack of volunteers. There's a lack of people who actually care about, the environment. So I think that's how I'm going to end it off today.
Okay. That ballots will be distributed. There are 2 seats for this committee, so please write up to 2 names. You can write less, but not more. You cannot write your own name on the ballot. Also, you can abstain or vote no confidence. Yes.
Is there a typo? Thank you. I swear those are the same people.
No, those are 2 different people.
Where?
The last 2?
No.
Okay.
So that's
Oh, my
really
bad.
identical. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Thank you.
Wow. That is
You don't need to write them.
Oh, just in case.
I
you know what I
hope that
mean?
got picked up.
I can't believe you would say that.
Really?
The results are as follows. The new members of the Sustainability Education Committee are Tejeda and Ying. Congratulations. Moving on to Musk Board of Management. This has 1 seat and 3 nominees, Scott, Mohamud, and Wang. Could you please come to the front?
Whoever's watching, I didn't mean that.
There's Mohammed and
Okay, so we will now do the 1-minute opening statements. Mohamud, their statement is available online. Next, we will have Scott.
Hi, everyone. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. The reason I'm running for Musk Board of Management is because I've had experiences with Musk management myself, and I found it pretty frustrating, to be honest. When I was doing tabling for Students Against Austerity, we wanted to start handing out hot chocolate and candies because it was a cold day and we just wanted to do something fun. Someone from Musk Management came up to us and was like, "You can't do that. You're infringing on Tim Hortons' sales." And we made us stop. We were outside of Musk. Ridiculous, but...
Wang.
Hello. So for Musk management, I feel like Musk is such a central, component to campus, and like Scott said, there are like severe inefficiencies within like Musk Atrium as a whole, and then I kind of want to take whatever these complaints are and try to logic and reason with the larger governing authorities to actually fix these issues and implement like change.
Okay. We are now going to go into our pooled question period. Since there are 2 candidates present, that's 4 minutes of time. I will take a speakers list and begin the timer when the first question's asked. Are there any questions for the candidates? Seeing as there are none, we will go to closing statements. We will begin with Wang. You have 30 seconds.
So thank you guys for listening. I know whoever you vote for will make a great contribution to improving Musk for all students. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Scott.
Yeah, thank you everyone for your time. At the end of the day, any decision I make as on the Musk Board of Management, you guys can override my individual vote. So pick whoever you'd like.
And so Mohamud's statement is available and accessible online. The ballots will be distributed. As a reminder, the Musk Board of Management has 1 seat available, so please list 1 name. You can abstain or vote no confidence. And yeah.
Sorry, it's kind of what's KW?
Just to let you guys know, you only need to fold it once in half. If you fold it multiple times, you just slow our process down for counting.
No.
I would still just fold it.
Look, I signed it.
But if you're making more on the other end, you want to do
So now because it was in such a rush to get it in. Okay. Sounds good.
Thank you for the reminder. Were you an origami? That's so love it.
Okay. The results are as follows. The next member of the Must Board of Management is going to be Scott. Congratulations. Okay, moving on to sponsorships and donations, otherwise known as Spondon. There is one seat. We have nominees Wang and Sharma.
Can I rescind?
Yes.
Okay.
Congratulations, Sharma, you've been acclaimed. Yeah. Al-Shabi?
Express your feelings.
This is a very famous question to which the answer is no. I have no idea how much longer it take. It just depends on the business and whether you guys want to fight it out or whether elections have to happen. We have 1, 2 more committee elections for the SRA to fill. Then we'll be finished with special orders of the day. Then we have reports. We have an election for an MSU member to municipal affairs, and then we have all of our other business items to attend to. So I don't know how long it'll take, but that's what the rest of the meeting looks like. Yep, that's right. Moving on to the Teaching Awards Committee. This has 3 seats. We have nominees Ismail, Patel, Scott, and Hu. Take your places.
Thank you. I'm not wearing them on purpose. I swear they're prescription. I can't see anything without them. I'm sorry. I'm trying to put the indoor sunglasses first.
No, I'm gonna give a real report.
Okay, we're going to begin our opening statements. Hu, you have 1 minute.
Hi, everyone. So I would like to be on the Teaching Awards Committee because this past year I've sat on 2 award selection committees for the J. Lynn Award and also the MSU Spirit Award. And sitting on both of these committees definitely taught me some transferable skills. Like it's very important to remain unbiased. Like sometimes a lot of the information is redacted, so you don't really know who's applying. And it's important to match up the information that they give you with the requirements for the award versus just like looking at the application being like, oh, this is good. Like it's actually important to match it up. And overall, I just think like teachers deserve to be like paid back for their efforts, especially because a lot of time they don't have to put in that much effort towards their students.
Ismail's statement is available online. Next we have Patel.
Okay, so I don't know about you guys, but I can probably remember all my teachers from elementary school, and I think that just goes to show how much of an impact teachers have on us, and I think they deserve to be recognized and celebrated. So I think if I were to be on this committee, I would want to work towards recognizing these professors and teachers. And throughout my first year, I think there's some professors that really do deserve these awards, but I also want to keep an unbiased opinion while on this committee. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So going into McMaster, I didn't realize that I wanted to do psychology. I actually wanted to do JPPL, and I took intro psych because someone told me it was a fun course. But because of Dr. Kim and Dr. Joe, I actually went and took psychology as my actual course because they are amazing professors. And they were recognized that year in the Teaching Awards, I believe. And I think it's really important that we reward teachers like that who inspire people like me to go down a different path or find something that they didn't think they really liked.
Okay, we are now going to go into our pooled question period. There are 3 candidates present, so the time for pooled questions is 6 minutes. I will take a speakers list and begin the timer when the first question is asked. Are there any questions? Okay, we'll instead go to closing statements. So, what that is looking like is Scott.
All right, thank you everyone for your time.
Is that it? Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Patel.
Thank you guys for listening, and I hope we can recognize the professors that really do deserve these awards.
Ismail's statement is available online. Who?
So I was part of an initiative this year where we interviewed a bunch of popular first-year professors, and it was just really fun getting to know the professors, like their personal lives, their hobbies, and just how much advice they have and like love they have for students. So I would love to like give back to them.
Thank you. Ballots will be distributed. There are 3 seats available for the Teaching Awards Committee. Do not write more than 3 names. Do not write your own name. You may abstain or vote no confidence in any of the candidates. And
This is a tough one.
Is there a type of music called like the wave?
you can write less than 3 names, but you can't write more. Okay, we're moving on. The results are as follows. The Teaching Awards Committee members are Hu, Patel, and Scott. Congratulations. Okay, on to the last committee election we have for the SRA. This is the Welcome Week Faculty Cup Awards Selection Committee. There is one seat, and the nominees are Scott, Mohamud, and Nishaharan.
They are both shots on
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's the welcome week.
Okay, we will begin opening statements. Mohamud's statement is available online. We will now hear from Nishaharan.
All right, thank you guys for being here. It's been a very long day, and we're finally here at the last stretch. The reason why I want to do the Faculty Cup is I've been here for 4 years, a CA for 3 years, so I've seen the Frost Week for 4 years, I've seen air bands for 4 years, I've seen the Faculty Cup for 4 years, so I've been very invested in the whole Faculty Cup. And yeah, I've just worked with a lot of the faculties before. I've been working in move-in for a couple of years, so just Frost Week and move-in has just been a really joyful, fun time for me, and this will make the experience so much more better. Thank you.
I guess I have to stand. Hi, everyone. I would love to be part of the Welcome Week Faculty Cup. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Okay, so pooled question period, 2 candidates, 4 minutes. You know the drill. Volka.
What was your favorite air bands dance last Welcome Week?
Last Welcome Week, Prince Stock did really well, and I was actually on the Prince Stock team as well. So, I got a little bit of behind the scenes, and they actually won too. So, big ups.
Scott.
Sadly, I was not at Welcome Week last year.
Okay, Salim.
Do you have any specific favorite Welcome Week group of reps, like faculty or MSU or BSC or anything like that?
Scott.
Cyclones.
Okay.
Nishaharan.
For me, one that I haven't got to connect with the most is the Maroons, and I really want to do that this year. Yeah. So yeah, Maroons on top.
Sharma.
Yeah. How do you differentiate being a planner and supporting your faculty or whatever?
That's a really good question. So it's really important not to be biased and support all the. Oh yeah. And support all of the different faculties equally. So just going into different reps, especially being on the team as well. I'm going to be a CA on a team as well. So especially this being like a faculty-related thing, we really express our students and the different RORs, the faculty, cyclones, and these different reps to really push their own brand, their chants, and things out. So at the end of the day, there's no reason for me to be biased against anything, even though I'm an engineering or the specific residence rep. I've been in 4-5 different residences before, so if anything wins, I'll be happy.
Look, at the end of the day, I just said, yes, Cyclones are my favorite group on Welcome Week. But I'm not part of any group on Welcome Week right now. I'm not doing anything. And I can be truly unbiased because I'm not truly affiliated with it.
Intriguing. But Murray.
So, what is your best dance move, and can we see it?
Scott?
Do the word.
I forget everything about dancing right now. This is
Michael Jackson.
I'm just gonna give it to you.
At least
I don't remember anything.
Okay.
Put on the spot like that.
Okay. For me, I love doing like the front handspring, a little flip at the end of every performance. I've been a dancer for 2 years. I was on the Mac Jaguars teams as well. So, just watching air bands and these different dance performances is super fun. And, I could, review them and critique them in a dance perspective as well. So, yeah, that's my...
Second part of the question was show us.
He didn't demonstrate.
No, we are not doing that. No. Al-Shabi, your question?
Who are you rooting for in the World Cup?
I'm going... Oh, is much...
No, who are you rooting for?
Yeah, you did this one first. I'm going to the Senegal and Iraq game on July, so Senegal, man. Just because I'm going, at the end of the day, it's going to be Portugal, but, since I'm going to the Senegal game, you got to rep for the game I'm going to,
You could have called it the Iraq game.
Another basic answer, but Canada. Sorry, guys.
37 seconds. Is there another question that is super important related to the role? Chang?
Knicks or Spurs? Knicks or Spurs?
Knicks.
Oh, no,
What?
Nisharan?
Okay, well that's my answer. So here you go.
Spurs in 7. In 6? In 7. Yeah, okay. But
All right, we're done. No, you're not done. We're done. Okay, so Scott, you'll have 30 seconds.
I forgot. So we still have. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the amazing questions. I can't. That's a lot of energy right there. But choose whoever you'd like. Thank you for your time.
yeah, thank you for listening to both of you guys. Really appreciate your time. I know it's been a long day, but yeah, all jokes aside, I really would enjoy, being in this position, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But, yeah.
Award selection committee has 1 seat. Please list 1 name or vote of, or no confidence or abstain. And then after this, we've got the whole rest of the meeting.
Are you sure?
The newest member to the Welcome Week Faculty Cup Award Selection Committee is Nisha Harn. Okay, we're moving right along. We have no delegation from the floor, so we will now go into report period. Our first report is from the president.
Okay, hello everyone. So, really excited for the year to come. First month is finished. Last month has mainly been filled with getting settled, creating goals, a lot of introductory meetings. I've really been happy so far with the relationships I'm able to build with people in the MSU and the university, and I look forward to how the partnerships will grow. A couple of the things that I've been up to over this last month is a lot of my work this year I foresee being with our comms department with Shamar and Sydney, who is our new communications officer. Something big for me going into this was to centralize and utilize our high traffic platforms to kind of be able to uplift our other opportunities and business units within and services within the MSU. So we've been talking a lot about that. We have some plans upcoming. I'm really excited about it. I've met with our food and bev director over the last month, as well as Aria, and a little bit of Will to discuss possibilities of extending soup and bread to run for a fourth day as well. A little bit of financial logistics and volunteer capacity stuff to look at, but so far it's looking pretty good. Me and my APA have been discussing how we kind of want to rejig how MSU Day runs this year. Really excited about that. Mainly going to start working on that in July. Me and Aria have been meeting a lot with campus events, our new campus events manager and student life director, about the framework for what we're hoping to come back in January as Frost Week. Something that the old board tried to do a little bit, but now we're trying to putting it in motion. Frost Week generally would just be kind of not a repeat of Welcome Week, but another week of accessible activities for people to kind of get back into the swing of things. So I'm excited about possibilities for that. And then on an advocacy lens, I've been meeting with several of our campus partners as a range of initiatives. Me and Aisha have started up our recurring meetings with the directors of campus safety services to prioritize student safety and comfortability on campus. I've been in conversations with parking and map card services. Flexible parking passes are in the works for the fall. And what else? I have been meeting with SA Pro a couple of times regarding their initiatives for the upcoming year and the opportunities for MSU involvement and promotion. And me and Aisha also met with MPP Tyler Watt at Queen's Park the other week to discuss concerns surrounding recent OSAP changes and their detrimental impact on student body and experience. He is the one who kind of did the whole Save OSAP ASAP movement and the rally that we saw Piper and stuff speak at last year. So he's a very good partner of ours, and we're excited to continue to learn and work with him. And then lastly, I've been kind of very loosely starting out going over the logistics of presidential office hours with my APA, trying to figure out how that works this year. And yeah, that's all for me this month.
Are there any questions for the president? Moving on to the Vice President Administration's report.
Alrighty, so I'll try to keep things a bit brief, but my report is split into 3 sections: completed priorities, upcoming, and ongoing. So in terms of my completed priorities, the board of director transition went really well. We met and did a training session as a team where we learned about each other's platforms, year plans, and really consolidated a few of the projects we want to do throughout the year. I have fully hired my administrative team, so congratulations to Sabrina, Amelia, and Salva. I'm really looking forward to the year ahead and working alongside them. Next up, May at Mac. So we were able to have EFERT and SWAT post booths at May at Mac. We also had a booth for the board of directors. Sadly, Spark was not able to attend that day, so we handed off Spark rave cards from the board of director table. We were also able to give out a lot of the old swag bags that we were unable to give away at the previous Welcome Week, so we were able to get rid of all our old stock. And one of the updates that has already been shared is we have actually switched live streaming platforms from Facebook to YouTube, and we are now streaming off of YouTube. And another small update that I was unable to include in the report, but we were able to work with the AppTech team, and we now have extension cables in the assembly chambers. Yay. So some of my ongoing priorities is my PTM one-on-ones. I do monthly one-on-ones with all the PTMs, and this month has gone very well, and I look forward to continuing the one-on-ones and continue to meet with all the PTMs. Quick update on the collective action policy. Prior to my term, the previous Vice President administration conducted extensive research and consultations and to begin developing the collective action policy. Over the past month, the AVP internal governments consolidated the research into a single document, and we are now using this document as a foundation from which we can begin building our preliminary drafts of the policy. Another quick update is with the MSU Volunteering Training Weekend. So this is an initiative started by the prior VP admin, where it would be an in-person MSU training weekend for all our MSU volunteers. The training is intended to supplement the online training modules which are already provided and provide a strong foundational training for all the volunteers. So over the past month, I have continued this initiative and working with our stakeholders to finalize the logistics for the training weekend. I've also been working with the university to find more spaces in which our MSU services can get involved with Welcome Week. So we've already been offered tables at Community Connections, and I'm exploring other additional potential opportunities for our services. In terms of the Student Recognition Night award winner recognition, as part of my platform, one of my goals was to increase the recognition of SRN award winners. So over the past month, Daniela created an amazing Excel spreadsheet showing the previous winners since 2016, and I'm currently exploring the possibility of creating a new page on the MSU website to showcase the previous award recipients. And one kind of fun thing that happened over the past month is as I was cleaning out the VP admin office, I found a bunch of old letters from former MSU service called Clay. Clay used to run these, like write a letter to your future self. And the last Clay conference happened in 2019. So I found all these letters from 2019 that were meant addressed to people, to their future selves. And we actually started emailing all the people who wrote these letters to see if they're still interested in receiving their letters. And a lot of them were, and we've been sending those out. And then some upcoming priorities is the PTM cluster meetings. Both have been scheduled, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting each of the service clusters as groups. The service year plans are going well. The services have been, each of the PTMs have been working hard over the past few weeks to prepare their service year plans, which will be presented to the executive board. And lastly, for the monthly caucus check-ins, alongside Will, we plan to launch the monthly caucus check-ins in July with the aim to better support you guys in achieving your goals. And yeah, that's my report. Feel free to ask any questions.
Are there any questions for the Vice President Administration? We'll now move to the Vice President Finances report.
Okay, so I am going to keep this brief because there is a report. If you want to hear a little more detail, you can go ahead and read through that. I've completed the AVP and PTM budget trackers, both of which were pretty big projects that weren't completed at the beginning of my term, though they were supposed to be. So that kind of forced me very quickly to become very familiar with our entire operating budget. So those projects are completed, and they were completed pretty fast. I'm changing the budget around a little bit, obviously following our bylaws to optimize some of our costs. I've probably saved around $10,000 so far. I'm looking into getting a QCJO designation for Silhouette and CFMU. That'll get us a lot of money in government grants and tax benefits, though it's not confirmed yet, but there's progress being made. I've started having some talks with Miriam and our general manager with some higher ups in the university about the Level Up Lounge, and I can't say anything about that yet, but progress is underway. RA and I have had meetings with all the PTMs, and from my side of things, I've made sure they're very familiar with the process for their budgeting and spending MSU money. I have some intentions to change some of the finance bylaws in collaboration with RA because there are a few discrepancies based on the way things are currently. And honestly, in summary, I'm happy to announce that a lot of student dollars are being spent very well. Sorry, I shouldn't say a lot of. They are all being spent very well. There's no nothing that concerns me after looking at everything. So it's going really well.
Are there any questions for the Vice President Finance? We'll move on to the Vice President Education. In her absence, I will ask if anyone is comfortable or willing to deliver her report. I'll take that as a no. Please view the report on your own time. And if you have any questions, you can email the Vice President Education. We will now go to the Executive Board report.
So yeah, the EB report, it was fairly short for this one. Like, we only covered a couple topics. The EB members have completed their training. In terms of the PTM hiring, that has been completed, and the Student Distinction Award is now open. So yeah, those are the updates.
Any questions for the Executive Board? We will now move to the USA Strategy and Welcome Conference report. The Vice President of Education is not present. Are there any board members who are comfortable with delivering the report? No. So please review the report on your own time, and if you have any questions, please email the Vice President Education. We will now move to the Sustainability Education Committee report. This is from the last year's committee. The chair is not present. Is anyone from that committee last year comfortable with delivering the Sustainability Education Committee report? Read the report and email the new chair of the Sustainability Education Committee. That concludes report period. We will now move into information period. Is there any information that a member would like to present to the Assembly? Al-Shabi.
So as many of you know, we conducted a report to enhance SRA statistics. We would like to announce that Unicorn has won with 13 and Leprechaun has gotten 9 votes. Thank you.
Is there any other information that is pertinent to SRA business or student governance that anyone would like to deliver? Nope. Question period. Are there any questions for members of the Assembly? We are now going into business arising from the minutes. This is the closure of nominations for one MSU seat on the MSU Sustainability Education Committee. Before we move into the item, I will notify the Assembly that we still have not received any nominations for the seat. So it is my recommendation that we postpone. That is just my recommendation. Scott?
Can I motion to table this to the next meeting?
Yes. There is a motion to table business arising from the minutes to 26D, which will occur in July. Seconder Al-Shabi, would the mover please speak to it?
We don't have anyone to elect, so we should do this when there's someone.
Seconder, anything to add?
Let's ensure the seat is filled promptly.
Anyone else like to speak on the motion to table? Okay. It is moved by Scott, seconded by Al-Shabi, that the Assembly table the business arising from the minutes business item, which is the closure of one MSU seat on the MSU Sustainability Education Committee, to 26D, our July meeting. All those in favor of tabling the business item? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, we'll now go into our business items. Business 1 and 2 have already been addressed, so we'll move to business item number 3. This is the opening of nomination for one MSU seat on the Municipal Affairs Committee. Maybe move our second. Celine, Bobby, can the mover please speak to it?
Let's open those nominations.
Second, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Or anyone else like to speak to it? Moved by Celine, seconded by Abadi. The Assembly open nominations for one MSU seat on the Municipal Affairs Committee. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to our next business item. This is the closure of nominations for one MSU seat on the Municipal Affairs Committee. I'll need a mover seconder. Sharma, Bulka, would the mover please speak to it?
Yeah, let's get this person on the Municipal Affairs Committee.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak on the motion? Al-Shabi?
Point of information, is this like for the people we elected last time?
No.
So this is an extra seat?
This is not an extra seat. A seat became vacant, so we're filling that vacant seat. There was a resignation. With that, would anyone else like to speak on the motion? With that, I will announce that we have received 3 nominations for the single seat. We have Violet Randall Bragg, Alsaf Mirza, and Dale McKay. Moved by Sharma, seconded by Bolkat, that the Assembly close nominations for 1 MSU seat on the Municipal Affairs Committee. All those in favor? Unanimous. I will now invite parameters to be set, but prior to that, please note that there are no candidates actually present in the room. I've received 2 statements out of 3 candidates, just for your reference before you set parameters. Abadi.
1 minute opening, 0 pooled question, 0 closing.
There's a proposal for parameters to be 1 minute opening, 0 pooled, and 0 close. Seconder, Al-Shabi, would the mover please speak to it?
Given the nominees are not in person, 1 minute should be ample enough time to read out their statements.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Anyone else? It's moved by Abadi, seconded by Al-Shabi, that the Assembly set parameters for elections to be 1 minute for opening statements, 0 minutes for pool questioning, and 0 minutes for closing statements. All those in favor of the proposed parameters? Unanimous. Thank you. I will begin reading the statements. I will be going in alphabetical order by surname. So Dale McKay, I will be reading their statement. My name is Dale McKay, and I am an incoming second-year student in the Combined Honors Leadership and Civic Studies and Sociology program. I'm seeking appointment to the Municipal Affairs Committee because I'm passionate about civic engagement and strengthening connections between students, local government, and the broader Hamilton community. Municipal decisions have a direct impact on students' daily lives through housing, transit, accessibility, community development, and opportunities for participation in local democracy. My experience includes serving as a steering committee member with Hamont Youth, an Indigenous student trustee co-chair with the District School Board of Niagara, and a delegate to the Ontario Undergraduate Student Alliance General Assembly. I'm also leading the What I'd Vote For campaign in Hamilton, an arts-based youth civic engagement initiative that encourages young people to share the issues that matter most to them ahead of the 2026 municipal election. Through these roles, I have developed experience in advocacy, governance, stakeholder engagement, and representing youth perspectives in decision-making spaces. If appointed, I hope to bring a collaborative approach, a strong commitment to student representation, and a passion for increasing student engagement. That was Dale McKay's statement. I will now read Alsaf Mirza's statement. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be considered for the Municipal Affairs Committee. My name is Asaf Mirza, and I'm a health sciences student entering my 3rd year at McMaster. Throughout my time in student leadership, student governance, and community advocacy, I've developed a strong interest in representing and supporting students both on and off campus. The Municipal Affairs Committee particularly interests me because it focuses on issues that directly impact students' daily lives, including transit, housing, affordability, and community engagement. I have experience with diverse stakeholders advocating on behalf of students and organizing initiatives that bring people together around a common goal. I was able to help make history last year by bringing down some of the residence prices for the incoming first years alongside my first-year council team, which made a direct impact on the students. I would be excited to bring that experience to the committee while working collaboratively to strengthen relationships between McMaster students, the City of Hamilton, and community organizations. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be honored to serve on the Municipal Affairs Committee and contribute to its important work on behalf of students. Violet Randall Bragg did not provide a statement. Ballots will be distributed. There is 1 seat for an MSU member on this committee, so please do not write more than 1 name. You can abstain, you can vote no confidence. It is still a secret ballot, not put your name on it, or you will spoil it.
Thank you.
Yeah, but she didn't. So I.
What's a passing grade?
Results are as follows. The newest member of the Municipal Affairs Committee is Dale McKay. Next item of business is the ratification of the result of the Executive Board election. I'll need a mover and a seconder. Salim, Body, would the mover please speak to it?
Let's get them ratified.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Nope. Okay. It is moved by Salim, seconded by Abadi, that the Assembly ratify the results of the Executive Board election. All those in favor? Unanimous, thank you. On to our next item of business is proposed changes to the Ombuds terms of reference. Need a mover? Salim, seconder? Ram? Mover, please speak to it.
Yeah, so changes to the terms of reference, it's been circulated, the old one and the new one for you guys to take a look at. Generally really minute changes, a lot of it is really more formalities. Primarily, we are formally including the Graduate Student Association in it. So when the Ombuds office was funded, it was a 50-50 with the university. Now the GSA funds part of our 50 that the MSU pays, and we're just like formalizing their role in the Ombuds now. Other than that, we're now getting an official observer from the MSU and the GSA, up to the discretion of either president. Continuous full-time staff member sitting as an observer helps the flow of things, but because of our high turnover rate. And the last change is just to formally, in language, say what quorum for a meeting is. It was like kind of up in the air, now it's officially 6. That is kind of all there is to say. Just something to note that our Ombuds Advisory Committee voted unanimously in favor to approve these changes, so now this is just the next step. Yep.
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion on the floor? Seeing as there are none, it is moved by Salim, seconded by Ram, that the Assembly adopt the changes to the Ombuds terms of reference. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions wishing to be noted? Kazmi? Thank you. Our final business item is the proposed ratification of the Master Comedy Collective. This has a mover, so I will require a seconder, a body. Would the mover please speak to it?
This club met everything for the ratification process, but was accidentally left off the list when we voted on it. So this is just fixing that.
Seconder, anything to add?
Nothing to add.
Would anyone else like to speak to the motion on the floor? It is moved by Tremblay, seconded by Abadi, that the Assembly ratify the McMaster Comedy Collective for the 2026-2027 academic year as recommended by the club's advisory council. All those in favor? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, that concludes our business. We have no committee business. We have no unfinished business. Is there any new business to be discussed? The time of next meeting is July 19th. The starting time is to be determined, but it will be in person as well, here in Gilmore Hall. And I will do our final call roll.
I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna never wake up.
Really were. Stella. Ahmed.
Here. Oh, exactly.
Chavi.
Present.
Aurora.
Here.
Here.
Here I'm passive. Seen too much of it.
Here.
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 Double punch.
Here.
Susie, Patel, Fran, Celine,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Karma, Jada,
Here.
Tremblay,
Here.
Marie,
Here.
Wang,
Here.
Dean,
Here.
Zhang. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Paulson, seconded by Celine, that the assembly adjourns, is not debatable. All those in favor? Unanimous, we are adjourned.